Hello, my name is Nathan Trotman. I am a creative writing student at Nottingham Trent University. And obviously today I'll be representing both the English and creative writing departments as your conference host. I've never actually hosted anything before, so bear with me. I'm sure it'll be okay though. Today's conference is titled Land of Hope and Toil, and obviously this is in reference to Canada. What does Land of Hope and Toil mean to you? Is it acknowledging the hardships of people of the past? Is it a time of reflection of your own personal upbringing and experience? These are sort of concepts that we'll be discussing today and going over through looking at literatures, having talks through guest speakers and small things like that. We will be listening to speeches, like I said. A small overview of what we're doing today. Firstly, obviously the introduction. Don't need to worry about that. We're literally doing it right now. Then I'm going to hand you guys over to our first guest speaker. And that talk will be over Indigenous literatures in Canada. After that, we'll have students from Kwantlen Polytechnic University, which will then go over and speak about just flash talks. We'll have a small break and then a roundtable discussion. After that, we'll have another break and a couple more guest speakers coming in and speaking about their pieces of work. Since that's been established, I think it's time for me to pass you guys over to our first guest speaker, Valentina.
Thank you, Nathan, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to speak today, and thanks to all of you who are listening. I am a doctoral researcher at Nottingham Trent University, and my research focuses on contemporary writings by First Nations, Métis, and Inuit women in Canada. In this talk, I address the conference's theme of literary nationalism by situating Indigenous literatures and the relationship with Canadian literature. I will then consider two novels by First Nations authors, and one is by the legendary Stolo author Lee Maracle, who sadly passed away last month. She opened a path for many Indigenous storytellers, and her prolific, influential, and transformative body of work touched people around the world. I will consider how Lee Maracle and Cree author Tracy Lindberg articulate a sense of Indigenous identity in their texts, and how their novels are part of a continuum in their national storytelling traditions. Before I start, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the ancestral and unceded lands of all the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in Canada. While I do not reside on Indigenous lands, I do acknowledge a responsibility that comes from benefiting from my studying, living, and working in a country that has gained and continues to gain much of its wealth through colonizing other lands. And I think it is our shared responsibility as non-Indigenous peoples to learn and inform public perceptions of colonial relationships that are often poorly understood beyond stereotypes and misconceptions. And I would like to start with a note on terminology. Throughout this talk, I will be using the term Indigenous. So this term can be used to refer to Indigenous peoples throughout the world. So in North and South America, Australia and New Zealand, the Pacific Islands, Caribbean, Scandinavia, and more. But today I'm going to use this term to refer to the peoples of Turtle Island, or what is known as North America, and more specifically to the peoples that live in what is now called Canada. And I use this term to refer broadly to the three main Indigenous groups in Canada: First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. The only times that I will use the terms Aboriginal or Indian will be when I'm using legal language or referring to institutions like the Indian residential school. But whenever possible, I will try to use specific tribal names. Another term that I'll be using is settler. So settler or settler colonial is a relational term that problematizes the presence of non-Indigenous peoples on Indigenous lands. And settlers form the European-descended sociopolitical majority in Canada. In fact, Canada is a settler colonial state, by which I mean that it is a country in which Europeans settled and never left. So the people who were colonized have not reached a state of independence. It is not a post-colonial context, but a colonial one. In her book, Indigenous Rights, Chelsea Vowell defines settler colonialism as referring essentially to the deliberate physical occupation of land as a method of asserting ownership over land and resources. Settler colonialism is designed to replace the original populations with a new society of settlers through imposition of policies of assimilation that are aimed at absorbing Indigenous cultures into white society. And so it involves the extensive annexation of Indigenous lands and resources, and if taken to its conclusion, ultimately it would erase Indigenous identity and culture. There are several ways in which the state has attempted to assimilate Indigenous peoples, and among them we might enumerate control over the land, so land acquisition and resource extraction, breach of promise, by which I mean unfulfilled treaties and denial of Indigenous rights, the Indian Act, which was first passed in 1876 when Canada became a self-governing entity within the British Empire. And it has undergone several amendments, but largely retains its original form today. And with the Indian Act, the Canadian federal government is able to regulate and administer in the lives of First Nations and reserve communities. And with the Indian Act, for more than 100 years, the Canadian government determined who was Indian in a way that was unilateral, because First Nations were not consulted in the process, and discriminatory towards women who would either lose or gain status when they married, respectively, a non-Indigenous or an Indigenous man. Another major tool of assimilation were the residential schools. The Indian residential school system was funded by the Canadian government following the implementation of the Indian Act, and it was administered by Christian churches. The residential schools were active for more than 100 years, and the last residential school closed in 1996. The system was created for the purpose of removing Indigenous children from their families and the influence of their home culture in order to assimilate them into the dominant Canadian culture. So formal education was a colonial tool of oppression used to tear Indigenous peoples away from their philosophies and traditions through forced imposition of European ways of being. Children could be forced to perform manual labor as well and service duties, and abuse was rampant in these institutions. So residential schools created a traumatic legacy of ideological, psychological, and physical violence, intergenerational trauma, and cultural genocide. And in fact, in 2008, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was established in Canada with the purpose of investigating the history and the lasting impacts of the Indian residential school system on Indigenous families. And in 2015, it released an executive summary that documented crimes against humanity committed at residential schools, and also 94 calls for acts of reconciliation to promote peaceful and respectful relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples in Canada. The residential schools should not simply be considered as a dark chapter in Canada's history or an isolated event that belongs to the past, because they're actually part of a larger colonial project, which is ongoing. Removal of Indigenous children from their families remain a contemporary issue. There is overrepresentation of Indigenous children in the child welfare system because of the colonial narrative of Indigenous deficiency, which is a racist assumption that Indigenous peoples are not fit to raise their kids, so they receive disproportionate attention from the child welfare. And colonial realities are also the overrepresentation of Indigenous youth in the criminal justice system, as well as the poverty, mental distress, and addiction that affect Indigenous communities, with suicide rates 4 times higher than the national average. And colonial genocide is ongoing in the epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada. The indifference and neglect on the part of the government and settlers' institutions, such as the police and hospital and courts, in cases involving Indigenous women, girls, and gender diverse people, when victims are blamed for the abuses they suffer and they're not believed, and too often the system protects the perpetrators. So it is necessary to consider the sociopolitical context when discussing Indigenous literatures in the context of Canadian literature, because the history of Indigenous settler relations and the present realities of settler colonialism complicate attempts to define a national Canadian literature or a unified Canadian identity. The term Canadian literature is often understood as a broad category to indicate writings produced in what is now Canada, including the work of immigrant writers and literature from regions which in the past were politically separate from Canada, such as Newfoundland. It is also understood to incorporate writings in English, French, and in the languages of Indigenous and diasporic groups. I think that now it's a good moment to reflect on whether the term Canadian can be used to refer to Indigenous peoples who live in Canada and their works. While some Indigenous peoples have no problems identifying as Canadians, it is important to remember that their ancestors did not consent historically to becoming Canadians. And this is why many Indigenous peoples do not identify as Canadian and actually refuse assimilation. And this is also why it's best to avoid expressions, the possessive, in expressions such as Canada's Indigenous peoples or Indigenous peoples of Canada, as they don't belong to Canada as a state. It also seems then unsatisfactory and somewhat contradictory to define their work as Canadian literature when that work actively resists Canada. A nationalist lens may nevertheless be useful in formulating critical approaches to Indigenous literatures. In fact, Anishinaabe, a professor of sociology, Duane Champagne, suggests that Indigenous people see themselves as members of Indigenous nations rather than as ethnic or minority groups in the Canadian settler colonial nation state. Indigenous scholars like Simon Ortiz, Jace Weaver, Craig Womack, Robert Warrior, Lee Markle, and Daniel Heath Justice, among others, envision Indigenous literatures as nationalist when they have political motivation. Indigenous literary nationalism, then, is a methodology that supports Indigenous national sovereignty and self-determination. In their book, American Indian Literary Nationalism, Jace Weaver, Robert Warrior, and Craig Womack emphasized that the word nationalism requires contextualization because it carries a lot of historical baggage. It is a term that describes a phenomenon that has given rise on one hand to modern democracy and the thirst for liberation of oppressed people around the world, and on the other hand, some of the worst form of political repression and xenophobia in human history. So a distinction between different understandings of nation is required, as one understanding of nation is that of the nation state as a product of the modern and industrialized era, where state indicates a political unity under a system of governance with monopoly on the legitimate use of force over a territory. But as settler scholar K.V. Martin writes, based on etymological analysis of the Latin word natio, the root of the word nation, which means born, evokes a group of people connected by kinship ties. As such, a nation is literally a group of people linked by common descent rather than a centralized administrative system. And Daniel Heath Justice further clarifies that assertions of Indigenous nationhood should not be conflated with the nationalism that has given birth to industrialized nation states. Nation-state nationalism is often dependent upon the erasure of kinship bonds in favor of a code of patriotism that places loyalty to the state above kinship obligations and emphasizes the assimilative militant history of the nation above the specific geographic, genealogical, and spiritual histories of peoples. So where the nationalism of nation-state is assimilative, Indigenous nationhood is a necessary ethical response. Now, literatures constitute a vital way for Indigenous peoples to resist erasure and give shape to Indigenous identities and ways of being in the world. Canada's storytelling tradition is much older than Canada, and we may consider literature to extend beyond the colonial hierarchy that privileges individual authorship and writing over speech and communitas, to include the richness and complexities of the oral tradition. Indigenous oratory is thousands of years old, and while writings exist in continuum with oratory, the written literary tradition is relatively new. In Canada, many recognize Emily Pauline Johnson as the mother of Indigenous literature. Her poetry appeared in the 19th century. But it was in the 1960s and 70s that, parallel to the American Indian Renaissance that was taking place in the United States, a revitalization of Indigenous perspectives in the literary art was taking place in Canada. Personal narratives and autobiographical forms started surging in the 1970s, with works including Bobby Lee, Indian Rebel, published in 1975, written by Lee Markle, Life Among the Colonat in 1978 by Inuit author Minnie Odla Freeman, and the influential Half-Breed, published in 1973 by Métis author Maria Campbell. These writings inspired other Indigenous women in the 1980s to write fiction informed by personal experiences, such as Beatrice Culton's In Search of April Raintree in 1983, Jeanette Armstrong's Slash in 1985, and Ruby Slipperjack's Honor the Sun in 1987. Today, the number of published Indigenous authors continues to increase, and the resurgence of Indigenous stories is all the more powerful, considering the policies of assimilations that were meant to destroy them. In fact, the Indian residential school system attempted to separate Indigenous children from their stories, and discussions of reconciliation have been accompanied by a surge of writings by Indigenous women who address colonial legacies and reclaim traditional stories. Reclamation of Indigenous stories in contemporary writings is inherently resistant. And Anishinaabe artist, activist, and academic Leanne Wetsamusaki Simpson writes that contemporary Indigenous storytelling in its variety of formats, whether it is performance, theatre, spoken word, music, performance art, film and video, literature, or oral storytelling, plays a critical role in rebuilding a culturally based artistic renaissance and nation-based political resurgences, because it is a primary way we can collectivize alternative visions for the future. So Indigenous writings bolster Indigenous national sovereignty and cultural resurgence, and at the same time articulate what it might mean to be Stolo or Cree or Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Métis, Inuit, and more. So today I will focus on two novels. One is Celia's Song by Lee Maracle, and the other one is Birdie by Tracy Lindbergh. I should say that I do not pretend to, I'm not essentializing Indigenous identity, specifically in this case, Stolo and Cree, nor do I pretend to know what it means to be Indigenous simply because I have read these texts. What I attempt to do instead is to refrain from applying European frameworks of interpretations to approach Indigenous texts, and instead emphasize that they exist in continuum with their specific historical tradition and rich Indigenous methodologies, which are not available to me because I do not live within the culture. And this is why I seek methods of interpretation as embodied in the texts themselves. So Lee Maracle was an orator, a poet, performer, and writer of fiction and nonfiction. She was born in 1950, and she was raised in Vancouver in British Columbia. She was a member of the Stolo Nation. Maracle is one of Canada's most renowned Indigenous authors. With her semi-autobiographical Bobby Lee, Indian Rebel, she was among the first Indigenous authors to be published in Canada in the 1970s. Maracle experienced difficulties in getting her work published. Bobby Lee, for instance, was considered too political. And it took a long time for Maracle's work to receive the full attention and recognition it deserves, because, as Maracle said, Canada has a difficult time with Indigenous women writers generally. Maracle paved the path for many Indigenous authors. For example, when Canadian publishers rejected Bobby Lee because they thought that Indigenous readers, Indigenous peoples would not read it and it would not sell, Maracle made a petition and collected signature from more than 3,000 Indigenous peoples who actually said that they would read the book. So it was published and it became a bestseller. And this is just one example of how Maracle created space for other Indigenous storytellers in a very prejudiced society. After many years of prolific career, in 2017, the Canadian government awarded her its highest honor, the Order of Canada, describing her as one of the most influential Indigenous voices in Canada's literary landscape. So the prize and recognition of her work was timely, as she said in interview, but she also reflected that to accept something from Canada for the work that I do with decolonization struck me as a bit odd. In 2019, Maracle was shortlisted for the celebrated 2020 Knutstad Prize for Literature with her novel Celia's Song that was described as a magnificent book. And Tracy Lindbergh is an Indigenous rights activist and professor of law at Athabasca University and University of Ottawa. She is one in a generation of Indigenous storytellers who walked the path that was trailblazed by authors like Maracle. Lindbergh is a citizen of the Kelly Lake Cree Nation, a community in British Columbia at the border with the province of Alberta, and Birdie is her first novel. So I'm going to give a little bit of the plot of the novel so that it's easier to follow the analysis later on. So Celia's song was published in 2014 and takes place on the North Pacific coast of Canada in the Nuttalnools and Stolo territories. It is set in the late 1980s during an epidemic of suicide and violence. The main narrator is a trickster, Mink, who tells the story of Celia's family as well as the story of the double-headed serpent. The serpent is exhausted by waiting for humans to honor their promises and feed him with songs and ceremony, so he wreaks havoc and stirs up a terrible storm, which is witnessed by Celia in her visions. Celia can see the serpent because she is a seer. However, she's initially unable to make sense of her power and disconnected from her family. But when her relative, 5-year-old Shelley, is brutalized, raped, and almost killed, Celia is compelled to reunite with her family and together with them take responsibility for Shelley's scare. So the novel traces Celia's personal resurgence and that of her community, how Celia learns to embrace her gift of vision and helping relatives and providing guidance. The violence that Shelley suffers is complicated by the fact that Amos, the abuser, is a victim of abuse at residential schools. So Miracle suggests the cycles of violence that colonialism creates, and in order to address it, characters take strength from Coast Salish philosophies and beliefs, their connection to the land, and healing practices that have been undermined and damaged by colonial policies. Published 1 year after Celia's song in 2015, Birdie is the story of a Cree woman in her 20s, Bernice or Birdie, who travels from Alberta to Gibsons in British Columbia, where she finds a job and rents a room at a bakery owned by a white middle-aged woman named Lola. Here, Bernice takes to her bed and enters a state of trance. This vacancy of the self, as Lindbergh describes it, lasts several weeks, during which Bernice learns to absent her body and travel in space and time. So she revisits memory from her childhood on the fringes of a reservation in northern Alberta, the years she attends a Christian school, time in foster care with a white family, and then her experiences of homelessness and a period in a psychiatric hospital in Edmonton. When Bernice's aunt Val and cousin Frida arrive in Gibsons, they join Lola and together take responsibility for Bernice. So safe in their care, she's able to travel even deeper to and recall the trauma of repeated sexual assaults in childhood and how she deals with one of the predators who is also her uncle. When she emerges from this liminal state and returns to her body, Bernice performs a ceremony, a healing ceremony, and makes an offering of food to the Tree of Life, Pimatisewin. So both these novels recenter Indigenous presence and practices in form and content as creative contentions with colonialism that are rooted in place-based relationships with the land and humans and more than human beings. These are stories of resurgence, kinship, care, and healing, which disrupt the normative order of the status quo and create space for new subjectivities and understandings. Now, in her essay, Toward a National Literature, Miracle writes, today we have many scholars studying Indigenous writing, many of them Europeans or with a European education, armed with colonial definitions and post-colonial theories. These scholars are not expected to pay attention to the study of the original culture from which the authors they study arise. Certainly, they're not expected to concern themselves with original oratorical principles of study. In contrast, an Indigenous graduate of literature automatically becomes an expert in Salish Ojibwe, Ojibwe, Iroquoian, and Cherokee writing without having to know much about the nations and the national story or oratorical tradition of those nations. So Maracle stresses the importance of engaging in national discourse about our original knowledge, she writes, and the method of rendering it relevant to the world. And this is what she does in her novel, in Celia's Song 2, where she returns to an old story, that of the double-headed serpent, and in order to tell it like it's happening now, so people will continue to grow and learn from it. In Celia's song, Maracle recovers what she calls stories of implosion that narrate how Indigenous peoples have traditionally dealt with crisis. These stories are survival mechanisms that policies of assimilation were meant to destroy. Maracle has spoken of how residential schools separated us from those stories, and that is why she decided to write from those stories and tell about the double-headed serpent. In the Salish traditions, stories are tied to history and serve the direction the communities need to take in the context of human catastrophe. They don't exist separate from the everyday business of the nation. And this is true of Celia's song, which creates new nuances of meaning because it adapts a traditional story in a contemporary context. The novel has a regenerative quality because it recovers and conveys stimuli for self and social transformation that are characteristic of the Stolo traditional stories. Birdie can also be read in a continuum with Cree laws and storytelling tradition. Lindbergh has said that Birdie is about lawful Cree ways to behave when you're a member of a family and what happens when you don't take responsibility for your relationships. In a sense, then, Birdie is a law text in the tradition of Cree pedagogy, where legal protocols are contained in and transmitted through stories. Elements of Cree culture and law are entwined in Pimatasewin, that is loosely translated as the good life, which Lindbergh represents in her text as a sacred tree. She points to Wakatowin, a central tenet in Cree law, as the principle of treating one another, human and non-human, with respect and care. Wakatowin encompasses a web of reciprocal and committed relationships and functions as an unwritten code that sets out the behavioral standards and obligations existing between those who have entered a relationship. So in fiction, Lindbergh explores situation in which these laws are broken, as in the case of Bernice's uncles abusing her, for example, and also suggests how good relations may be rebuilt in the microcosm of the home. But she also lays bare the continuum of colonial violence, which is the macrocosm in which these laws are repeatedly broken. Now, the ways in which Maracle and Lindbergh reclaim traditional knowledge in their texts can also be observed at the level of narrative form. These are non-linear narratives in which temporal and storied layers are used to challenge conceptions of linearity. And countering linear chronologies of time is a narrative technique employed by many Indigenous and post-colonial authors because it is a decolonial aesthetic strategy that decenters linear order and unsettles colonial conditionings of possibility. So Maracle recreates some of the characteristics of the oral traditions she values by building levels of stories through scattered memories, conversations, origin tales, dreams, and more. Celia's song draws simultaneously on Celia's visions and on the traditional story of the serpent. Now, in the novel, visions are narrative portals through which to tell a multi-generational story of colonial contact, largely through memories that Celia inherits from her great-great-grandmother, the first Alice. And the story of the serpent takes place in a dimension that is seemingly outside of time, but also contemporaneous with Celia's story. Temporal markers that situate the serpent are created by storytellers. For Mink, the story of the serpent has just begun, but when Celia witnesses the serpent storm in a vision, she says it happened a long time ago because, as an origin story, it takes place at the beginning of the world. So this might suggest that Celia witnesses the storm after it occurs, but the serpent moves cyclically across time, not incrementally. So the moment Celia witnesses the storm does and does not correspond to the moment of the storm, because the storm happened even if it didn't. Birdie, so Lindbergh also challenges linearity in Birdie. She incorporates dreams, oral stories, lists, and recipes into an eclectic narrative that is part vision quest, pilgrimage, psychological novel, travel, and travelogue. Birdie is organized according to feelings and memories as they relate to Bernice's experiences as a Cree woman. Lindbergh incorporates elements of Cree storytelling and layers Bernice's story so that each chapter is preceded by a dream and followed by an oral story. So the dream at the beginning of each chapter suggests understandings of Cree existence through connectedness with the dream world and suggests meanings before they are brought into cognizance. And then the oral story at the end of each chapter records the lessons that are contained in Bernice's story. And in this way, it recreates this specific aspect of the oral tradition. So Birdie contains 3 layers of the same story that spirals with each purposeful repetition, adding new meaning and inviting readers to engage in the process of making meaning. And if it works as a spiral, each of its turns, dreams, prose, and oral story, may be read individually, but it is only by reading in relation that readers can appreciate a deeper understanding. I would like to spend some time talking about language because the relationship between language and nation is a fundamental one, and language is often used in the creation of nations. The idea of a nation has been legitimized in history partly on the basis of its citizens sharing a common language. And this is what Canada has done through imposition of English and French and through attempts at eradicating Indigenous languages. Joy Harrio and Gloria Bird, in their 1997 collection, Reinventing the Enemy's Language, write that to write is often still suspect in our tribal communities, and understandably so. It is through writing in the colonizers' languages that our lands have been stolen, children taken away. In fact, many Indigenous peoples today do not speak or are not fluent in their Indigenous languages because the use was prohibited in schools or in adoptive homes as well. Others speak their Indigenous languages as well as English and French. Harrio and Bird write, nevertheless, that to speak at whatever the cost is to become empowered rather than victimized by destruction. These colonizers' languages, which often usurped our own tribal languages or diminished them, now hand back emblems of our cultures. We've transformed these enemies' languages. Harrio and Bird write that what has survived in the process of colonization, in spite of the disruption of Indigenous languages, is a particular way of perceiving the world. And this is the site where reinventing can become a process of decolonization. While Weaver, Warrior, and Womack would go as far as claiming English as an Indigenous language, I would agree more with Harrio and Bird, who do not believe that English is a new native language, but that there is a native literature produced in English that incorporates a native perception of the world in limited ways. the language is used in ways that are resistant, and in this way, the limits of English are rendered evident through language itself. English is transformed and rendered meaningful in Indigenous terms. And this is what Markel and Lindberg do when they bend grammatical and print rules of the English language to express Stolo and Cree understandings and practices. In Celia's song, Markel conceptualizes language as carrying reference posts, which are criteria for making meaning and implementing action that are embedded in Indigenous languages and derived from observation of the natural world. Language is a system of knowledge with reference posts rooted in the land and in the stories of those who inhabit it. And as the environment changes, language is adapted. I would like to consider this passage in which the spirit of Alice, first Alice, who is Celia's ancestor, leaves her body. As she is dying, Alice thinks that language needs a post, a reference marker to remind, to tell the rememberer they are hooked to some moment. But with the removal of children to residential schools and the outlawing of Indigenous practices, Alice lacks an immediate family relation to whom she may pass on her knowledge. So she died, but she could not really leave. She floated about the space between the stars and the earth, hoping to find someone to say it to. No one hears, but Jacob feels something. This is a different kind of sea. So Jacob is Celia's nephew, who is also a seer. In this example, Markel employs the verb to see here as a noun without nominalizing it with the suffix ing. So English grammar would have this to be a different kind of seeing. Instead, Markel does not nominalize the verb when using it as a noun. So in this way, it maintains the quality of action, but it also holds the value of intuitive knowledge. So the English that some of the characters speak in Celia's song carries reference posts that have been created over time and is reclaimed and imbued with Stolo consciousness. It is not the enemy's language, but is conceptually bent to convey Indigenous practices and understandings. Another example is the use of the intransitive verb to dance in the transitive form, dance someone. Jacob wants to dance him, Amos, really dance him into his comeuppance. Amos is the perpetrator of the crime, so the one that brutalizes 5-year-old Shelley. And Jacob makes sure that Amos takes responsibility for his actions in this dancing ceremony, which is a moment of restorative justice because it is set up by the family of the victim. In this case, we see then how the verb breaks free from its fixed form in order to suggest a ceremonial practice and a moment of restorative justice. In Birdie, Lindberg foregrounds the insufficiency of basic English language and the importance of making space for Indigenous ways of speaking about family. This is a line of concern in her academic publications too, where she writes that the English language cannot fully encompass the intricate web of relations in Indigenous families. So in Birdie, she coins words by joining together 2 or more words into a single unit to communicate kinship ties that cannot be communicated in English, in basic English. So words such as little big woman, daughter, mother, sister, cousin, daughter, niece, and big woman, sister, little mother indicate relationships that do not exist in the English language, but which are culturally significant. So these words do not correspond to Cree words, but they afford a Cree understanding of relationality. Lindberg emphasizes that kinship words also carry obligations, responsibilities, and spiritual significance, and are not to be used lightly. Family is found in shared experiences and among people who take care of physical, emotional, and spiritual needs in the way that Val, Frida, and Lola take care of Bernice. So Lindbergh's word convey the complex relationships in this Cree family by bending English and its formal rules to express Cree sensibility and consciousness. And these are also what Métis author Maria Campbell calls word bundles. Campbell stresses the importance of carefully weighing words, not to just settle for the word, but to imagine what the word is carrying, that the word is carrying this big, huge bundle. So what's inside? What is the story? Is there a song in the bundle, a ceremony, a protocol? So Campbell captures how word bundles involve responsibilities because they contain history, meanings, and relationships. So Lindbergh's word bundles enable the passing on of Cree traditions on Cree terms, and they are embodiment of Indigenous notions of kinship. So to conclude, in Celia's song and Birdie, Lee Maracle and Tracy Lindbergh reassert in form and in content the power of Indigenous presence and knowledge, and also national sovereignty. Their texts are part of a historical continuum in the Stolo and Cree oral storytelling traditions, and suggest ways of being and acting in the world that are distinctively Stolo and Cree. They are resistant, and through the use of decolonized language, they encourage readers to envisage alternative realities. So, if it is inadequate to label these and other works of Indigenous authors as Canadian literature because they actively resist Canada as a settler colonial state, it would also be inadequate to imagine and discuss Canadian literary scholarship without Indigenous works. So perhaps literature invites us to cherish the nuances and to approach Canadian literature and Indigenous literatures without conflating the rich diversity and the resistance of these texts into an amorphous melting pot, and rather to emphasize the importance of tensions and interrelationships perhaps within these fields. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, thank you. I really like that, to be honest. It had me thinking about things that I didn't necessarily think about before. I like how you presented it as if you had a sense of responsibility to speak about these matters. I thought that was quite nice. I also liked how you spoke about the terminology to make sure that everyone understood the things that you were saying. It seems fairly obvious now that you've said it, but you also don't really think about ongoing colonial issues. I thought that was quite an interesting concept to think about, because it seems clear, but we need to remember that hardships are not necessarily something of the past. It's something that's ongoing, and things might have gotten better in some departments, but in other places the issue might have actually gotten worse. I wanted to ask you, do you think that writers who are Indigenous writers, do you think that their work pieces can directly or even indirectly help with issues like the ongoing colonial issues in Canada today?
Thank you, Nathan, for your question. And yes, my answer is yes. However, I think that, of course, when we're talking about material changes, that's another topic. But with, I think what they can change and what they can do is to contribute to the process of healing, which is not just a direct line or something that can just be attained, you know, you're just healed, but it's a process. And I think that literature can do that. And I think that it reaches inside of the homes of people, which is something that, you know, policies and laws and other tools are not able to do. Literature creates a sense of intimacy with the readers as well, and they can see themselves reflected in it, and they can see that perhaps what they're going through is also what other people are going through, and they're not alone, and that can be comforting on one hand. And on the other hand, another very important thing I think literature do is, as I said in the talk as well, encourage readers to envision other realities. And in this way, they sort of offer a model for change. And I think that's really powerful. And I think that's in that sense, literatures are key to resistance and activism. And activism, and it's not necessarily, you know, mass protest or mass mobilization, but it's also lived in, you know, it's just about the daily also practices in which that Indigenous peoples bring back to life a sense of Indigenous identity that is lived in the everyday, and I think that literatures contribute to that too.
Yeah, I completely agree. I like that sense of like camaraderie, understanding that, okay, I'm not alone in this struggle. What was I going to say? I was going to say something leading on from that. But no, I 100% agree. I remember what I was saying now. I do think that literature also has the same effect on top of that, that conversations like these have raising awareness. You taught me something during that talk. And literature can also teach people, make people aware of these issues. Similarly, it can inspire people to write themselves about their own personal issues. And from that, it's like a chain reaction, and more people are getting inspired, more people are finding out about these issues. We had a question from the live stream. It says, "Hi Valentina, would you consider the use of literature as an effective tool of resistance in terms of assimilation?"
And wait, say that again, sorry. An effective tool of resistance.
An effective tool of resistance in terms of assimilation, yeah.
Yes, yes, I would. Although there's a lot in that sentence that could be unpacked. But from what I gather, yes, as I said before as well, it is definitely a tool of resistance. It creates a space of where Indigenous peoples can create resurgence, cultural resurgence, and that obviously has an effective dimension, and not only that, but it also is through the emotions that are in the text that it can create that sort of reaction in readers. And so this is obviously, what I was saying before as well, was I was talking about Indigenous readers reading Indigenous texts. And then we can also think about what is the effective reaction of non-Indigenous peoples reading Indigenous texts, and specifically perhaps non-Indigenous Canadians. And I think that in that sense, effective reactions can be, there's a lot to say in there, well, they certainly create, I think that Indigenous literatures can generate empathetic engagement, but there's always the question of whether empathy just ends up in itself, or whether it can create actual change, and that's something that can be explored further, but it's something to reflect on.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. The next question is, how are Indigenous authors represented in Canadian literary culture, such as festivals?
Interesting question. Yes, I have mentioned through when I was talking about Lee Maracle. She has spoken about this quite a lot, and she has spoken of how Canada has a difficult relationship with Indigenous women authors, particularly. And her story attests to that, such a prolific career that has been recognized only very recently. Yes, it's not, I think things are changing now, but and they are getting much more recognition. Even just looking at Miracle, as I said, she was awarded Canada's highest honor, and her novel, finally, Silliest Song, received the recognition it deserved. But we have to bear in mind that yes, Miracle started writing in the 70s, and this only happened in 2017 and 2019. So that's it took quite a long time. Indigenous male authors tend to have had some better recognition from the public, and to sell more as well, which is something else that Miracle has said repeatedly, not to take off from their work, from work that men authors have put, but simply it's a matter of recognition. And why does Canada have such a tough time with Indigenous women authors, or has had until just now?
Okay, so it's interesting to think about the fact that exposure is progressively becoming more possible, more prevalent, let's say. Like, again, we've sort of touched upon how things are progressing in certain aspects. Do you see any sort of improvement in terms of the more, I don't want to use the word major, but the more, and how do I rephrase this? Made by, okay, so Indigenous resistance in terms of how settler colonizers, so like the government, etc., treat Indigenous people.
Yes, I understand your question. Again, there's so much to say about that, because things are changing, and I think that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission had a major role in that. It literally changed the way the public perceives Indigenous settler relations, or rather Indigenous histories and the residential schools. But it's not all perfect at all, actually, because considering especially that the 94 calls for acts of reconciliation were published in 2015, and by 2019, only 10 of them were actually sought through. So that's not really a great result, let's say. And the fact stays that that what politicians say is not always followed through with the right policies and actions. And I think that when we're talking about, the practical and material effects of colonialism, we can't turn our backs to the fact that colonization is about the land, right? It's about it's theft of the land, and there's still Indigenous peoples are still struggling for that, and the Canadian government continues to disregard Indigenous rights in that sense. And Wet'suwet'en territories, there just last month, I think, there were still Indigenous peoples were protesting for the Canadian for the what was it? I can't remember the name now. West Coast. Anyway, yeah, a resource extraction project, and Indigenous peoples were protesting, and the Royal Mounted Canadian Police intervened, and actually many of them were arrested for peaceful protest about something that should be and is their right. That's their land and they should be listened to, but still this is still not happening. So yes, it's a very complicated and while a narrative can say something, the whole narrative of reconciliation seems to say that things are definitely improving, then actions and what's actually happened seems to show that it's not such a big improvement in terms of material effects, material results.
Do you believe that Indigenous writing gets the critical attention that, well, you think it deserves?
Not enough. I don't think it receives enough critical attention, no. But I do see that more people are becoming interested and more and they want to learn more, and that's hopeful. That's a really good thing to see. But for now, I would say not enough critical attention.
That's fair. I was also gonna comment on the fact that I like how you emphasize language, how you sort of went into that, because it's not really something that people necessarily think about, but when you think about it more, you realize how powerful it is, how much of your own personal identity is based around language. Like I know it's not quite exactly the same at all, but I'm from the Caribbean, and when we look back at our surnames, we don't have our African surnames anymore. They're European surnames. So that was something that I, upon reflection, that felt like personally affected me to an extent, where I thought, okay, I feel as if my identity is sort of being stripped away from me because language has been changed by the owners of this land, if that makes sense. So yeah, I just wanted to put that sort of bit of input there. But
Thank you for that.
Yeah. I was also going to say, for people that are trying to find out more about Indigenous writing, do you have any sort of direction you can push them towards? Are there any more Indigenous writers that you would recommend, or even more work pieces that people can sort of look at?
Yes, I mean, I can list so many. There are many that I like, but I guess I would, for someone who's starting to look into Indigenous literatures, I would definitely say to read probably one of the books from the so-called Renaissance. So whether in the States or in Canada, I focus on the Canadian context, but I know I have read many texts from the that are from Native Americans living in the States, and so either Canada or the States. Again, that is also a colonial, that border is a colonial construction as well. So I would say probably read something from that period of time. So something like Bobby Lee, perhaps from Lee Markle, or Half-Breed. Half-Breed is definitely one of the most influential texts from that time. And in the States, I would say, looking at, literary productions in the States, I would say Leslie Marmon Silko's Ceremony. That would be one of my recommendations. And then also look at what has been published recently, because there's so much that has been published recently, and these are really great works. And I definitely recommend reading Sherry Damelin, The Maru Thieves, probably, but there are other texts as well from her that I definitely recommend, and also tackle the question of the residential schools. And this is science fiction as well, if you want to use that label, but it's like an apocalyptic story. And I would say as well, Tanya Tagaq, she's mainly a throat singer, but she's also published a few years ago, and her text her book is entitled Split Tooth, and I think it's a really interesting read, and you can also download the audiobook, and because she's a throat singer, in the audiobook you can listen to her, and there's a very strong musical quality to it. And yes, I think that's another recommendation, but I do have so many, so this could go on for so long.
Funnily enough, I did some research into throat singing before when I was researching it, and I find it very, very interesting. I might even have to email about recommendations afterwards, because I was quite interested in all of that. I wanted to ask you personally, the land of hope and toil, like, what does that mean to you?
Well, I think that see, that's taken from the hymn, and again, that's a colonial, a settler colonial narrative, and I'm not sure, like, I haven't given it that much thought, but there is something about the idea of work and working, and there's something there probably about capitalism as well, because capitalism also works on that, on the idea of working to earn money, to spend money. So I think there's something there, but yes, I'm not sure if I'm answering necessarily your question. I just feel like yeah, there's more to explore, definitely, but I don't know. What it says to me simply is, I do think of it as a colonial narrative, and it's about our right to work here and put our effort in this land, as settlers, but yes, it's not perhaps considering other perspectives or other responsibilities towards the land.
Okay, that's interesting, because I was asked this same question before, and I didn't really know how to answer it, but I really thought to myself, and I came up with the conclusion that it's best not to form a concrete opinion on this, because I feel like I don't know a lot about the subject matter as it is. I was just like, let me hear what the Indigenous writers have to say. Yeah. Let me hear what let me read the research that's being presented to me, and maybe I'll be able to form an actual opinion based on that. I also find it particularly interesting that you spoke about okay, perhaps having Canadian culture or having Indigenous culture separated, and we put the same amount of effort into both and learn about both of these things as separate things, we might be able to appreciate it more. I can see why people might say that that causes a divide, but from what you've shown me anyway, I feel like Indigenous people are very prideful of their culture. They're happy to speak about symbolism and things like that. But to me, I feel like it would properly allow us to appreciate Indigenous writing as a separate, important thing, as opposed to a smaller subcategory of Canadian literature.
Yes.
Yeah. Uh, I will just double check to see if any more questions have come through, because from the ones that I've wrote down, I've covered everything, but let me just double check. I'm just literally giving it a second to see if anyone types anything in, because right now I don't see anything and we have a couple more minutes. Definitely this talk was very insightful for me, especially. Definitely taught other people watching a few things about Canadian literature. I also, I have a feeling I know what you're going to say, but I also wrote down the novels that you presented to us. They were from 2014 and 2015, but you also acknowledged that there are Indigenous writing of the past. You said that that writer started writing in the 1970s, for example. Was there a reason why you chose to use modern day novels as opposed to going to one from the past?
Yes, thank you. Also, thank you for saying that that this was interesting for you. Yes, so going back to your question, actually for me, it's the work that I am doing is I felt that because reconciliation is such a big term recently since 2015, and I thought that it was important to see how this national discourse of reconciliation was being tackled by Indigenous authors, and I thought that to look at those writings that were being published contemporaneously with the work of the TRC or after it deserved attention with this respect, and so that's why I did that. Well, that's why I'm doing that. I'm interested on that specific on those specific responses to the National Framework of Reconciliation. Although I don't want to see these texts simply as responding to that, but rather completely reimagining what it might mean to coexist for settlers and Indigenous peoples, and beyond that as well, because as I mentioned in the talk, Indigenous writers always even the novels that I talked about, they are about relationality, both of them, both Birdie and Celia Song. And that model of relationality extends beyond humans to include the land and beings on the land. And I think there's so much value in that, which is beyond the framework of reconciliation that the Canadian state has adopted.
Okay. Finally, I'm going to ask one more question now. How would people go about finding the smaller Indigenous writers, since you said that there's not much exposure or there's not enough exposure? How would people go about finding new Indigenous writers, ones that aren't particularly as big?
Yes, so I think personally, I found that social media can help with this. As well for when it comes to news sometimes. Sometimes Indigenous issues and Indigenous works and Indigenous perspectives are not found in mainstream media, but there are accounts that you could follow on social media that are actually very rich, and you find, yes, news, you find new publications, or and so many people are working like on podcasts as well about Indigenous literature. So there's just like so much, but it does require a little bit of research to go, beyond what we expect to be platforms that just inform us, and look a little bit deeper, but definitely looking into Indigenous accounts, Indigenous resources, and things like that. Although recently the CBC also is putting up lists of texts that there's this Canada Reads. And there are many Indigenous texts in there as well. But yes, as a first choice, I would say Indigenous accounts and Indigenous resources to look into that.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all. Once again, thank you for coming today. I thought the talk was very, very insightful. Yeah, I believe that now we have scheduled flash talks from Kwantlen Polytechnic University. So yeah, once again, thank you for showing up.
Thank you.
Really enjoyed your talk.
Thanks so much. Yes, I really enjoyed being here today.
By way of introduction, my name is Tim, and I'm a second-year English student at KPU in Surrey, BC. Enjoy! Here is the story of a political refugee who fled the Soviet Union for a better life in Canada. And this is in fact my mom's story, her own personal experience of challenges of immigration and their effects on her identity. Part 1, the culture shock. Looking back to my first year as an immigrant, I remember crying every day for the first year. No family, no relatives, nobody to talk to. When people smiled, I thought it was because they liked me. But soon enough I realized that it was just part of the culture. I wasn't being treated as a friend, but as a customer. The way people dressed was hard for me also. Back home, clothing was colorful, and here it was tasteless. At first, I was grossed out by the secondhand stores I had to shop at because it was all I could afford. We can understand that as the culture shock, experiences of disorientation, surprise and disgust after becoming aware of cultural differences, and feelings of impotence and helplessness because of the situation and new environment. Part 2, the language barrier. I couldn't understand the TV. I couldn't go to the doctor by myself. I was completely dependent on my husband. I felt constrained and limited because I didn't know how to speak the language. We can understand this as the language barrier, a serious reality for newcomers. And essentially what this is it prevents people from communicating and integrating and becoming a part of society because they don't have the language. Part 3, the identity. I learned to drive. I had my first child. My English was getting better, and I was starting to think, I am a Canadian. I wasn't born here, but it's my country. It became my second nature. And during this time, I started to notice the benefits about the country. The streets were clean. Everything was in order. So what my mom experienced in her first years in Canada as a political refugee was essentially a change or development or even an evolution of her identity. When she first arrived, she experienced the culture shock. She experienced the language barrier. She didn't feel a part of the society. But over time, as she regained, as she learned the language, she regained a sense of belonging. As she got a driver's license and a job, she felt like a part of the bigger whole of society. So again, at the loss of language, she lost her identity, but then at the gain of language and gain of feeling a part of community, she developed a new identity. She felt like a new person when she recognized, oh, I'm actually a Canadian citizen. So in sum, I have really tried to discuss the association between immigration, the loss of identity, and then eventually the regaining or development of that identity by talking about my mom's personal experience. As the theme of the conference is Canadian immigration and culture, by talking about my mom's personal experience, my goal was to explore Canadian immigration, the effects of Canadian culture, and then the development of the identity. And so we saw the different challenges that my mom underwent. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Kaya, and I'm here to talk about the significance of hockey in Canadian communities. Ice hockey is well known as the official winter sport of Canada, and the enthusiasm Canadians have for the sport aligns with the official declaration. Canadian pop culture is also heavily reliant on hockey, such as Robert Munsch's book, Just One Goal. Both Munsch's fictional book and the real-life hockey fans display how hockey can bring communities across the nation together. Canadian-American children's author Robert Munsch details this enthusiasm in his book, Just One Goal. The protagonist, Sara, works very hard to create her own ice rink in her backyard by pouring water on the snow every day, waiting for it to freeze over, and her methods eventually create a sizable backyard hockey rink. She sets up a game to be played on her homemade rink, though during the game the ice begins to crack. Sara is determined, however, to score a goal on her own rink. As the ice begins to break apart beneath her, which poses a serious safety risk, Sara's persistence has her racing towards the net, eventually scoring that one goal on the rink. Sara's creation of the rink brings her community together, both by helping make the rink and to play the game of hockey itself. Robert Munsch is one of the most popular children's authors in Canada, and his books often reflect and exaggerate real-life situations. He has captured the community-building nature of hockey, with Sara's town coming together to bond over a sport. It is much like that in real life, as many different communities across the nation often come together to celebrate Canada's game. In real life, many communities rally around their local team. There are 7 National Hockey League teams in Canada, though players from Canada also play on teams internationally. The photo displayed is from the Vancouver Canucks 2011 Stanley Cup run, which created a lot of excitement amongst hockey fans and the general community here in Vancouver. There were many crowds downtown standing outside to watch the game together, and the country rallied around this team spirit. Since the Canucks were playing against the Boston Bruins in the finals, the restaurant chain Boston Pizza changed their name to Vancouver Pizza until the series concluded. This is just one national business movement due to hockey, though there have been many others. As well, crowds gathered on the Surrey Delta border of Scott Road to celebrate the playoffs in 2020, at a time when most venues were closed due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, showing the true community of Canucks fans in Metro Vancouver. This community excitement is also activated at the time of the Winter Olympics. In 2010, Vancouver had the privilege of hosting the Olympic Winter Games, and Team Canada ended up playing against the United States in the men's gold medal hockey game. To this date, this broadcast is the most watched in Canadian history, with an average of 16.6 million viewers, and approximately 2/3 of the Canadian population watched Sidney Crosby score the gold medal winning goal. This goal is still nationally celebrated today, and brought the country together in our passion for the game. In both the examples of Just One Goal and the hockey fans of a non-fictional world, hockey continues to unite communities with the goal of team spirit and victory. Thank you for listening. If you are interested in reading more about Canadian hockey, I suggest these books in the list above. The authors range from former captain of Team Canada women's hockey Hayley Wickenheiser to Hockey Night in Canada commentator Rod McLean, with the topics ranging from the Olympics to fan culture.
Hi there, everybody. My name is Zach, and I'm going to be going over an analysis of Indian Horse, both the book and the film. I am a Kwantlen student. I've attended Kwantlen off and off for a decent amount of years. I'm majoring in history with a minor in English in the pursuit of teaching as a career choice down the road. I hope you enjoy this presentation as we go through and kind of compare and contrast the two different avenues in which this work was presented.
Now, a little introduction about Indian Horse is it was originally written in 2012 by Richard Wagamese, and he was a prominent author and journalist from Wabaseemoong Independent Nations in northwestern Ontario. His personal experiences actually relate very heavily and are one of the main things that are put into the book, which then was later adapted into a film in 2017, which was released after his passing. He was not able to officially see it. Another interesting fact was that the film was originally supposed to be put in as a television series. However, the production company or the channel they were willing to do it with had gone bankrupt, so they had to stick with going to a film, which other names became attached to it when Stephen Campanelli took over as the director for the project. So the main plot of Indian Horse, both the film and the novel, follows protagonist Saul through various life stages, but it's all sandwiched in between basically an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting where he's meant to tell his story about his time in the residential school system, as well as life following that, and kind of what it looked like in the alcohol abuse and other things that came from that. However, initially Saul and his family are meaning to flee inward as they are trying to pretty much escape authorities and looking to create life somewhere else where they can lay low and stay safe from any white authorities trying to bring the children into the residential schools. Eventually, Saul's brother dies, causing his parents to flee. They leave and end up not coming back, and he's only left with his grandmother, who will later pass away, and that is when Saul is brought in and indoctrinated into the residential school system. Once Saul is brought into the residential school system, that is where readers or viewers see a lot of the atrocities that he experiences throughout. However, he is able to develop a skill in hockey, and due to his remarkable skill and talent in there, he is able to get out of the residential school that much faster and go stay with another Indigenous family of former members of that school, a lovely family in which he plays on a hockey team known as the Moose, and they are all other Indigenous individuals themselves. And this team does well, and they face various racial attacks against them as well. However, they're able to stick with each other. But eventually, a NHL scout for a feeder team of the NHL comes and basically tells Saul that he shouldn't be wasting his talents there. He should come and play for this team. After that, he joins this team. His teammates resent him, other people resent him, and basically he becomes a racial stereotype of sorts. And you just understand that clearly majority of people wanted hockey to just be a white only sport, and there was no room for anyone of a different culture or ethnicity. This causes Saul to eventually leave, take up job to job, and basically become an alcoholic. And then it is not till the end of the movie / the film that we realize the abuse and the sexual abuse and details, which I will not go into, in which Saul faces. And it is this aha moment where everyone truly understands that it had still been happening to Saul, and he was not exempt from those same abuses. Though the book and the film are very similar, there is different things and that we have to examine when looking at both. For instance, the book is able to delve far more into the character and internal psyche of Saul as he experiences all that's going on around him, and like the internal decisions he makes to completely shut off emotion and do these other things. It also goes far more into the cultural background and a better understanding of the Indigenous groups of Canada and the importance of land, and also what it meant for them to have all of this stripped away, including their culture. Due to this, you're also exploring the racial links in relation to hockey and Canada's heritage, which hockey within the last few years specifically has also been targeted as a sport that does not fully have inclusiveness, and we are seeing more and more events of this and a suppression of other groups and minorities who are trying to break into the sport but have not been welcomed, as it has almost been known as this white-only sport. The film also does a good job at utilizing 3 actors and going through all stages of Saul's life and core moments of the book in order to actually properly display the story of Saul and the residential school system. It uses that intertwined story of hockey to tell it in a way that seems almost a little bit more like there should be hope. But even at the end, we realize that there never was this hope. And that is something that is a very traumatizing reality for many survivors of the residential school system. And that is such an integral part of Canadian history, whether the government wants to admit it or not. It is something that has to be examined. So now we're going to explore some of the themes within Indian Horse. First, we have the idea of cultural appropriation, as we see countless times within the residential school system, of the beating down of one's heritage, language, culture, and even identity, and seeing how that's being pushed out of them, and almost this religious Christian narrative is then being pressed for them as this is what they need, and that they cannot survive without the Christian morals, and they're basically having their culture stripped away from them. Next, we also see the racism and the countless times this has been presented, one throughout Saul's trips on various hockey teams, as even one, the most prominent event would be when him and his teammates after a win went to a bar and were taken outside and were beaten and even urinated on. And it just showed that even though they were just simple guys trying to play a sport that they loved, and they were trying to celebrate after a win, there still was this racial undertone that no matter what, they were always going to be seen as an Indigenous individual and basically being persecuted for the color of their skin. And we see this as a prominent example, especially as Saul gets older and even out of the residential school system. And then another one that I want to discuss a little bit more in depth would be the finding of one's identity. Because I think that is something that is so important when we're talking about Canadian literature, and literature in itself is finding your identity in life is something that so many people search for. And we see throughout in Saul's journey that he's searching for an identity. He's become so numb to everything that's going on around him. He's experienced this pain, this trauma. He's seen the loved ones that he knows die. And because of this, he just shuts down. And always he's trying to look for an identity. So he finds it in hockey. He finds it throughout, and he keeps going and coming back to this thing. But then he realizes that he's always going to be seen as just an Indigenous individual and always be isolated because of that. And it's not till the end that he realizes what he was missing the whole time wasn't, and what was not going to give him identity was not him playing at the highest level of hockey or anything else like that. It was being with his people and being accepted for the culture that he had, and sharing that culture with those of his culture. And that is such an important thing to look at when it comes to Canadian history, is the identity of culture, and how in Canada, it's a multicultural and multifaceted country, we need to explore where all of these different cultures come from and mesh together, and especially on those who were first seated on this land before settlers and colonizers came to take it over, because they are the true ones, and their story should ring true far more prominently than those who took that land. Now, as I was doing this, I kind of was trying to take a look at what some of the strengths and weaknesses might be, and I constantly found myself finding more weaknesses probably in the film over the novel, as the novel is able to go a lot more in depth, and also it's from the perspective of Wagamese. And I think that, especially knowing as his family and himself went through very similar instances of this, intertwining the hockey aspect, it creates a good enough narrative to work. if the piece wanted, you could argue that if you wanted to make the piece even more powerful, you completely strip away the hockey and just create it as some journey. Though I think it's actually a major strength of it is to bring in something that people identify as a Canadian staple, something that we love and we're joyous about, and Canada is a hockey nation. And this just goes to show that even though it may be a hockey nation, that it oppresses those who are not of white color who play this sport, that is not for everybody, is not inclusive enough. And I think that actually might be where it really gains a big strength. Also, the book delves heavily into material relating to the residential schools. I do not want to get into the specific details, as it could be triggering for some individuals listening to this presentation, and that is why I won't dig into that. But just know there's numerous people, and especially as we saw over this past summer, all the various unmarked graves that were brought up across Canada, and the numbers that continue to pile in regards to this. And I think as this issue becomes more and more prominent, it is a massive strength of the book to tell that story. And it also demonstrates Canada's willingness to just hide all of these atrocities, to bury everything under, as we see that they've constantly brought these things to court in real life and trying to say that it did not happen, and not to the degree, or not that many people lost their lives. So I feel like it does a great job at describing what it was actually like to be within those schools, and it's coming from the first person perspective of an individual who was there and who had experienced similar things. Though the weaknesses I find, one of the major ones is the focus on Father Gaston. And due to the actor's kind of prominence, you could see why they might have almost had kind of a white savior complex. Though towards the end of the film, we realize that not to be true. However, it almost just focuses a little bit too much on that. Though as a storytelling device, I can see how it works. I just think I would have liked to almost couple that by seeing more of Saul's internal struggle, because we get that narration throughout. So I think it could be very interesting to kind of see that internal struggle, and maybe even delve a little bit deeper into some of those harsher events, and maybe try to make the audience a little bit more uncomfortable with what they're seeing, because for the most part they kind of get somewhat coddled, and it's not as impactful as it necessarily could be. I feel like you could have really just dug into the pain and those atrocities and heinous acts that were committed there, and really just have anybody who's viewing it have to sit with that, have to just sit through and feel uncomfortable. But other than that, I think its strengths lie within its reliance on the source material and trying to stay as true to that source material as they could. Though they could have dug a little bit more into the cultural significance, I still thought it was a great portrayal of that. Though I am not necessarily going to be obviously the best one to speak on this, as is not of my cultural background. In this image, I just wanted to include the title poster from the movie, and then also include the book cover, just to give people kind of an opportunity to see what both look like, kind of spliced together, and just see what the main things are focusing on and what they're trying to highlight, and the importance placed on hockey throughout this entire story, which is very interesting.
Now we get to the main reason or the main significance of Indian Horse, both the book and the film, when it comes to discussing Canadian heritage and Canadian literature. In a growing digital age, we see more often than not people's unwillingness to pick up a book and read because of just almost a shorter attention span and the constant distractions that people are facing. That's why I think, in terms of a good avenue to introduce individuals to this aspect of Canadian history, we can use the film as a great opener for it, and it is definitely a toned down version of the real life events. It's a great opportunity to show possibly even students, administrators, people who might not know enough about it or have reached kind of the age of an early enough understanding. For instance, the Canadian government tactically used various acts and these schools specifically to try to exterminate the various Indigenous groups across Canada and basically assimilate them into their version of the perfect Canadian culture, one that's reliance was on Christianity, the Bible, and Western ideals. And this was not something that the tools were just used by the groups. It was the government controlling many of these and oftentimes being main perpetrators within the events. One of the things that I find most sickening about these events would be that they took children away from their families and tried to wipe their culture away from them. Whenever it involves children, it always seems like so much more of a serious act, and it's because they are so innocent and don't know any better. And now they're being told to live a completely different life. Recently, news has been circulating over the mass unmarked graves and numerous bodies that have been found due to the geological surface thing that they have done to be able to see all of these children who were basically killed in these schools. These crimes can't just be ignored anymore, and the realization that this is no longer ancient history. Within the last century, these children existed, and even today, we have extensive survivors who live through these schools. So I think it's important to take a look at this and really narrow in the importance this has played in such a large portion of Canadian history. The schools were in the early 1900s all the way until the late 90s. So it's very important that we key in on realizing how recent it was. And for those of you in the international community who may not have heard of this, or even coming from the scholarly side of things, I would implore you to read the book, specifically because it is from arguably a lot of the first-hand events that Wagamese went through and his family went through. So he had a lot of almost primary sources to really draw from, and you're going to get a lot more detailed version of the events that transpired within these residential schools, and it is definitely good for audiences to really invest that time to read a book that, even though is a novel and follows its own story narrative, was in large part the first-hand events that occurred in these residential schools. Thus, with all the new information and everything coming out, the government can no longer bury these atrocities in litigation and in court. It is time to bring all of these stories, all these survivors to the light, to highlight the inequality that exists within Canada and the racism that has been present and underlying for close to a century, if not longer. And that is why I feel like these specific pieces, these works, must be examined when discussing Canadian history in general.
I just wanted to say thank you for everybody who listened to this presentation. I encourage you to go watch Indian Horse and also to read the novel. Honestly, I think you should read the novel more so. But both of those mediums are going to be a great introduction into some tidbits of firsthand experience of the residential school system in Canada. And I'm so excited for people to be able to explore this stuff and to explore the history of Canada. No matter how dark it gets, no matter how painful some of this stuff may be, it's an important part of Canadian history to examine. And I'm excited for people to really dig into that and to want to work towards a better future, and one that we can reconcile and apologize and make amends with these Indigenous groups of Canada. So hopefully you enjoyed. Thanks again, and have an amazing day.
This is my COIL presentation entitled Canadian Identity and Democracy: How Canadian Multicultural and Regional Identities Are Ill-Represented in Our Democracy. This presentation will use prominent Canadian political science scholar Dr. Donald J. Savoy's book, Democracy in Canada, to illustrate how the Canadian democratic system has failed to be inclusive of all multicultural and regional identities. According to Savoy, the book's central argument is that Canada is doing poorly when it comes to regional equality when compared with other federations. Furthermore, we will discuss how Canada's federal identity is comprised of many regional and cultural identities that form the melting pot we know and love as Canadian culture. Savoy correctly identifies that Canada is home to 2 official languages, regional diversity, multicultural policies, and Indigenous communities. My definition of regional identity for the purposes of this presentation is an individual who connects closely with their specific subpart of their geographic location. For example, Canada, not North America; BC, not Canada; Vancouver, not BC, etc. Each of these is considered a regional identity. For the purposes of this presentation, we will be talking about regional identity as it relates to where someone lives in Canada, primarily provincially. Cultural identity is an individual who connects exclusively with their ethnicity, nationality, language, religion, and gender, making up their culture as a whole. In Canada, this is reflected abundantly in our multicultural society. A person can live, work, and have grown up in Canada while having a cultural identity that is not explicitly Canadian. 2 persons who are neighbors can even have 2 completely different cultural identities while still maintaining one regional identity. Thus, the Canadian identity varies greatly amongst these geographical and cultural lines. Each has its own voting habits, employment habits, ethnic groups, ideology preferences, family structures, religions, etc., all making up its own unique culture. For example, in Canada, most Indigenous people do not consider themselves to be Canadian at all. Instead, they identify with their particular nation, family, band, or clan. This is largely due to them being excluded from the conversation when Canada was founded, having their land stolen by colonial settlers, and the cultural genocide that ensued as a result of residential schools, amongst other reasons. Quebec is self-described as its own nation separate from Canada. It has established a federal party, the Bloc Québécois, which holds the majority federal vote in Quebec. The party has aimed, in part, to remove Quebec from Canada altogether. Translated from the Bloc website, the Bloc Québécois affirms the existence of the Quebec nation, demands its recognition, and defends the interests of its citizens as well as their right to freely choose their future. Identities in our democracy. Donald Savoy quotes Ramsay Cook in his book to say, "The question of Canadian identity is not a Canadian question at all, but a regional question." With that in mind, Savoy says we must ask the question, how are Canada's political institutions handling the regional factor? After all, each region makes up Canada as a whole. The founders of Confederation, when Canada became a country, largely ignored this question with the exception of Ontario and Quebec, our deux nations, 2 nations that Canada was founded on. Those fathers of Confederation wrote the treaty that united deux nations, 2 peoples, persons belonging to Indigenous communities, and any group outside of the deux nations were kept at arm's length when decisions on how to form the country were made. Today, political analysts see 3 Canadas: English Canada, encompassing all areas outside of Quebec; French Canada, encompassing all areas within Quebec; and Indigenous Canada, whose many nations are spread out from coast to coast. The federal government should have the capacity to take into account regional and cultural circumstances when shaping Canadian laws. According to Savoy, institutions must be fair, effective, and able to manage relations between individuals, groups, and regions. However, they are struggling to do so. Politicians are able to exploit the regional factor by focusing on issues that favor heavily populated regions such as Ontario and Quebec, and thereby excluding other groups. They are rewarded with more seats in the House of Commons as a result. The more seats in the House, the more political power they have. This is possible because, like Britain, Canada holds to the one citizen, one vote model. According to Savoy, a public opinion survey revealed that a majority of respondents in 8 out of 10 provinces do not believe that their province receives its fair share in striking important national decisions. Indigenous people and French Canadians are well known to feel the same way. Their representation has long been lacking in federal government's decision-making processes. As described earlier, the failure to factor in cultural and regional identities in government was a failure woven into the fabric of our country from the day it was born. Another example of this concept is the conservative province of Alberta versus the current Liberal Canadian government. Alberta is a conservative stronghold province whose primary export is crude oil. There are approximately 140,300 people who are employed in the oil and gas industry in the province, and in 2019 the Alberta government invested $23.7 billion into the industry. As such, oil and gas have become the backbone of the Alberta economy and arguably the federal economy as well. However, they have been continually at odds with the Liberal government, whose re-election campaign was largely built in part by their promises to cut down net zero emissions by 2050. As a result, Albertans feel as though their regional circumstances and cultural identities are being left out of the conversation at the federal table. The differentiations in Canada's regional and cultural identities is what makes Canadian identity difficult to define. When examining Canadian literature, it's important to keep in mind that there is not a one-size-fits-all for the Canadian identity. Canadian literature and film can mean a digital poem in Chinese, a French dramatic film, an Indigenous blog in Inuktitut, or a novel in English. As for democracy, we see Savoy argue that the nature of how difficult Canadian identity is to define is putting a hindrance on our legislative processes. The antidote is more representation of these identities in our legislative government.
Moon of the Crusted Snow, an insight into First Nations history. In Moon of the Crusted Snow, Waard Rice intersplices the modern and the traditional to demonstrate the necessity and importance of survival of heritage. The novel's plot surrounds the breaking down of modern society and contrasts it with the resilience and vitality of traditional practices. Focusing on an Anishinaabe community and reserve, readers give an insight into how the traditional can live alongside the modern in both a metaphorical and literal sense. One of the most prominent examples of this is the inclusion of an Ojibwe dialect, which is the second most spoken First Nations language. Certain phrases or words, such as miigwech, aanin, and muzu, are said numerous times in the text. There are also many sections in the novel which heavily involve the use of Ojibwe dialects, particularly in instances where the reserve community are addressed. Both of these demonstrate the survival of language and its necessity for communication and solidarity of community even in modern times. Further examples of Ojibwe use include names. The names of the protagonist children, Nangons and Maingan, represent how native and indigenous culture is kept alive. The use of names in the novel and the contrasts to the traditional Anglo-English names only reinforce the survival of heritage through inclusion and intersection of the cultural and traditional. Rice also draws attention to the use of code switching between one or more dialects or languages in the novel. We see this mostly with the council members, such as the chief or elders, as well as interactions with the protagonist's parents, his wife, and their children. One example of code switching includes the reading of a monolingual Ojibwe book and the character Nicole saying the last line in English, thus reinforcing the fluidity of language for certain communities. It is stated clearly in the novel that the character Auntie is one of the few members on the reservation that can speak the Ojibwe dialect fluently. This embedding of Ojibwe demonstrates the importance of keeping culture and language alive and how it relies on being passed to younger generations to survive. As well as language use, Rice also includes specific practices such as prayer to emphasise survival of the traditional. A section that appears early in the novel surrounds the protagonist engaging in a spiritual traditional practice after he's killed a moose. The protagonist offers tobacco alongside a hunting prayer, a spiritual event that is taken very seriously by Ojibwe hunters to honour the life he has taken. The passage reads, "Felt a little awkward saying this prayer of thanks mostly in English, with a few Ojibwe words peppered here and there." Rice conveys the importance of cultural heritage in this passage through the character's disconnect from his own culture and desire to reconnect with it. The inclusion of reclamation and learning allows readers to understand the importance of practices and language to someone's identity. In addition to this, Rice also includes a section involving a practice known as a smudge prayer. This is a practice which is believed to be similar in concept to bathing in medicines. The practice of smudging is used to clean a space or person, sometimes before meetings or ceremonies take place. Its inclusion in the text further highlights how such spiritual traditions aid in the strengthening community ties and individual connection to heritage. This section of the text focuses heavily on characters' reactions to the smudging ritual, in particular the respect and, from some characters, disrespect shown towards it. Rice ensures the text reflects on real spiritual practices which are used in Anishinaabe communities today, as well as how such rituals not only reinforce tradition but help solidify community. Later in the novel, Rice brings attention to the historic treatment of First Nations people through the character of Auntie Eileen, an elder on the reserve. In conversation, this character relays the stories of their ancestors, drawing attention to the many that were removed from their communities and placed into residential schools. Residential schools were government-sanctioned boarding houses whose aim was to kill the Indian in the child. The goal of these government-sanctioned schools was to erase Indigenous language, culture, and practices by removing children from the spaces to learn them. However, it is now widely known that many children were quietly killed and buried while in attendance, preventing any form of Indigenous life to be continued. It is thought that the last of these schools shut down in 1996, and a public apology was made by the Canadian government in 2008. Understandably, the effects of cultural erasure and senseless killing of Indigenous people still affects these communities today. Despite the traumatic nature of this, the most poignant section in the text is the introduction of white Southerners, who appear at the reserve to increase their own chance of survival. The unease felt by reserve locals mirrors that of their ancestors when they were driven away from their land by the Great Lakes to the Northern Territories, as demonstrated on this map. This fear is highlighted by the active violence and brutality these newcomers enact on others, such as shooting another Southerner upon his arrival, stealing food rations from the community, and the cannibalisation of dead reservation occupants. This last point alone demonstrates the disrespect shown to the culture of the reserve community and highlights the selfish means of self-preservation the newcomers opt for. Rice emphasises the Southerners' techniques of fear and intimidation to gain control of the population and to undermine and overrule the reservation's leadership. This fear, control, ignorance, and violence are all factors in how these people were once, and still sometimes are, treated. These further parallel the violence and insurgents that drove Indigenous communities away to less occupied areas of the country, forced to adjust and accommodate the presence of others. Rice makes this theme of land and colonialism and its after effects central to the text and clearly demonstrates the lasting effects of colonial violence, displacement, and insurgence. Nevertheless, the traditional survives. Rice concludes the text and the Anishinaabe community continues after surviving a harsh winter. Hunting practices are passed on to the next generation, as well as language, dialect, and spiritual traditions. Rice highlights how the historic resilience of community can withstand torment time and time again, as well as how such traditions enable people to survive the toughest of conditions. Thank you.
Welcome back. So in the next hour, we will be going over some conference papers with 3 other fellow creating writing students. First, we'll have John, and then he will be followed up by Pat, and then she will be followed up by Red. So, introducing John.
Hey up, hello everybody. My conference paper is called The Insurmountable Question. So what is Canadian literature? The insurmountable question. And I'll start by looking at the complexity of the question. What is Canadian literature? It is a remarkably complex question to give a definitive answer. The essays and books that have tried to tackle the question have not succeeded, because the question, what is Canadian literature, as we will discover, is insurmountable. Faye Hamill wrote, "The larger category of Canadian literature incorporates writing in French and in the languages of Aboriginal or diasporic groups, as well as English translations of such texts in her ambitiously named book, Canadian Literature. Like so many other books, it contains lists of historical dates and regions, quoted works from a broad mix of ethnic groups, and much insight into the diverse nature of Canada's shifting, evolving, and metamorphosizing literary landscape. It does not and cannot keep up with the pace of change within a post-colonial landscape that has a population of 38 million, spread over 9.985 million square kilometres. Canada is divided into 10 provinces, and within those provinces, federal powers and responsibilities apply to all Canadians, while each provincial government remains sovereign within its own territory. There are First Nations, Indigenous people, Inuit, Métis, and European Chinese settlers. There are over 250 different ethnic groups in Canada. Ethnic groups can be divided into local communities spread from the North Pole regions down to the United States border, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. That's all before we've even touched on gender, before we've looked at individual tastes in food, music, art, and literature. And therefore, the question, what is Canadian literature, is an insurmountable question. The more appropriate question could perhaps be, what isn't Canadian literature? What labels should we not apply to this complex nation? And the answer is a little less complicated, maybe. Canadian literature isn't and should not be a colonial clone, imitating and reconstituting a canon bestowed on the British Isles and filled with so-called literary masterpieces that our once great island was intent on gifting the libraries of the world. On its tiny island, the British canon is under increasing fire from those who are left excluded from it. So to use the British canon as a shiny imperialistic example of how to create a canon would be a heinous mistake. Suppose the people of England, in their social housing, high-rise flats and suburban semis, find Shakespeare as relatable as a deep-sea squid. How is a Chinese, Indian, black, white, or Indigenous Canadian meant to receive such works? The French canon is equally as bad as role model. No French and British style canons would, no style of British style, sorry about that, to the mind of Canadians, what smallpox did to the bodies of the Indigenous people of North America, scar and send blind. That's how I feel what the canon would do to Canadian literature. So Canadian literature isn't a colonial canon. So now I want to look at history, literature, and the Canadian establishment. Looking at Canadian history is essential to the question, what is Canadian literature? And you needn't dig through historical records to find it. The stories of its past are evident in many of its authors' works. One such work, Beautiful Losers, written by the Canadian poet, musician and writer Leonard Cohen, follows the love triangle of 3 friends, the unnamed narrator, who I will call I, a narcissistic friend named F, and Edith, I's wife, a member of a disappearing A tribe. All three of the characters are obsessed with the 17th century Mohawk Catherine Tekakwitha. The book's name, Beautiful Losers, indicates that however aesthetically pleasing the appearance, there will inevitably be losers. History has taught us many spurious truths. French Canadian school books do not encourage respect for the Indians, explains I. He accuses the church of squashing Mohawk dances and not collecting folk songs. The church was a huge part of the colonialization of Canada. And if they, as I tells us, squashed Indigenous works, then how can the true discovery of Canadian literature ever occur? How can we ever know the stories told by Indigenous Canadians around campfires the way we know the Handmaid's Tale? I, while researching the Indigenous, discovers another history, and that the mistelling of Canadian history is prevalent in Canadian society. I thought the Indians died of bullet wounds and broken treaties. The truth is that most of the Indigenous peoples of Canada died from disease. This in no way diminishes the accountability of the colonial powers and the church's mission of genocide, but it does further confuse the question, what is Canadian literature? Because if you can't believe the books you're being handed in school, how can you have a well-balanced view of Canadian literature? In 1992, a film was made, Speak It, from the heart of Black Nova Scotia. A Black Canadian boy, Shingai Hamilton, says while talking about his grade 7 history book, 380 odd pages, 1.5 about us, we've done more than a page and a half. While not being a member of Canadians' Indigenous people, Shingai is from part of a society that is not recognised in Canadian historical books. That begs the question, if we don't know the true history, how can we possibly know the true extent of Canadian literature? In the book Beautiful Losers, Edith, as a young girl, is raped. The perpetrators do so with no fear of no fear of retribution. They were not frightened by the police. Somehow they knew the police wished them well. One of the brother-in-laws was a policeman, and he had balls like everyone. That's a quote. This having little, if no regard for the Indigenous people, is sadly reflected in the case of Nicole Daniels, a girl who went missing and was found dead in March 2009. She was from the Saugeen, a First Nation, 120 kilometres north of Winnipeg. The authorities did not listen to the family's concerns and put the girl's death down to intoxication and hypothermia. Upon the Daniels family preparing her body for burial, it was noted that she had approximately 11 cuts and bruises on her body that hadn't been present before she disappeared. According to family, the injuries, which were on her face, arms, legs, wrists, and inner thighs, ranged in colour from purple to red and yellow to brown. While investigators feel these aren't significant to the investigation, as their sporadic locations don't indicate anything criminal. Her families feel they indicate she was physically and possibly sexually assaulted on the night she died. This is another indicator. It shows the establishment's unwillingness to listen and cooperate with the Indigenous minorities. This could indicate that the literary establishment, although being separate from the police, but still arising from the same colonial seed, holds the same contempt for the writing works of the minorities, as Shingai Hamilton alluded to in 1992. Leonard Cohen brought it to our attention way back in 1996. It may never be possible to discover what is Canadian literature with the presence of epistemic injustice. So Canadian literature isn't based on historical fact. Language in Canada. The Canada we hear about is a Canada of two languages, English and French. Beautiful Losers makes many references to this. The captains sang and rang their turtle shell rattles. The capitaines ou du bouts du logis chantent de la torture. I can't speak French, so I apologise to anybody who can. That was disgraceful. But Canada is a country of many languages. This is Highland in Fred Ware's Diamond Grill, when he describes the Chinese-Canadian grandfather's ability to switch between multiple languages and dialect. At first, Fred thinks his grandfather is switching between Chinese and English. I think he's sliding Chinese words into English words, he said. Fred's granddad is using First Nation words. He uses the word Hai Mukamuk from the First Nations, meaning plenty to eat. The word has taken on new meaning within the contact zone. And Fred's grandfather uses it to describe a big shop. Fred's grandfather uses the term when he sees Fred in his best clothes or for Sunday school. The contact zone is an area where multiple races and cultures collide, and in doing so, create a hybrid language. An example of how tongues collide and form a new language can be found in the United Kingdom, in the small town of Newark, where I live. The area has been home to people from the travelling community and settling working class for generations. It is also located in the centre of the country on several intersections. The Foss Road, the Great North Road, the River Trent and the East Coast Main Line, running from London to Scotland. This has created a linguistic melting pot that is not as profound as the contact zone, but has nevertheless led to some interesting blending of Romany, Irish, Cockney slang, local dialect and standard English. Dick the Rash-Eye Bure with the shiny tegs. Mort thinks she's cushy on a new screeve. All on the tick, get kecky lover. Translates. Look at the posh woman with the shiny teeth, and she thinks she's good in her new car. It's probably all on finance, and she's got no money. The words added in a contact zone far exceed that have arisen in Newark, and as Fred explained, exceed 500 words, mostly thought to have derived from the Columbian River Chinook, and came out of a necessity to trade. It suggests that to survive as a Chinese immigrant to Canada, you would have had to be able to code between multiple languages, Chinese, English, French, Chinook. As literary establishments generally frown upon and exclude languages and dialects that do not conform to the status quo, it is hard to find records in the literature of such coding. In an academic type of paper, it is likely that coding in Newark, Nottinghamshire has never been documented before today. This hybrid language the hybrid languages must be documented to tell stories and write books that are honest and authentic. Plus, hybrid languages are a lot of fun. Canadian literature isn't a single language. If we described Canadian literature as a river, we might define it at a certain point of reference, at a certain point in time, but it does not mean you have defined the entire river. And if you could, by some miracle, define the river in its entirety, your findings would soon become irrelevant because the river would empty its content into the sea and be refilled with the tributaries that have themselves been filled with the rain from the mountains. And can we define each piece of sediment from the mountains, every drop of precipitation from the clouds? No, we cannot. And that is why we cannot define Canadian literature. And that is why the question, what is Canadian literature, is the insurmountable question. Thank you. I will now pass over to Pat, who will read her conference paper.
Hello everyone, I'm Pat and I'm here today to present the aspect of belief in the Canadian culture. I have a book with me here. She was the source of inspiration for me to write this presentation. Is a book, The Grass Dancer, written by Susan Power and published in 1994. In this phenomenal and magical realism book, we read about culture empathizing harmony with nature. The culture is understood as the involvement of man in divinity through the close connection with the guardian spirit that have supernatural powers. To address this thesis, Susan Power talks in her book about beliefs and ritual of the Sioux tribe in North Dakota. Power shows how belief is key to understanding Indigenous peoples, an important aspect in shaping us as people and our futures. The future which is built on traditions described in various stories. These stories are inspired by people Power would have known herself or told by her mother, the descendant of the Sioux tribe who was born and raised in a reservation in North Dakota, the same place which Power used as a setting in her book. This book concentrates on the Native Canadians talking about the life with the spirits of their descendants. This is shown in the various ceremonies where the call for the spirits brings their ancestors to life, reminding them of their own heritage. One of these ceremonies is a dance festival, Dakota Days Contents Powwow, where contestants can demonstrate their beliefs by expressing themselves in the dance of one of the spirits. For Pumpkin, a young woman, the representative of the modern Native Canadians, to dance to the movement of the grass is a chance to bring to light the spirit of the warrior. The grass dancer spirit is associated originally with the male figure. However, Pumpkin makes exceptions by inspiring other modern Native Canadians to add some new strengths to the Indigenous traditions. As herself, she is the daughter of the Indigenous mother and the Irish father. This is a wonderful aspect of the new generation of Indigenous Canadians that continue the folklore. Pumpkin is overwhelmed with heartfelt compliments about her dance, where she is called the best grass dancer on the field. She became a flexible stem, twisting towards the sky, dipping to the ground, bending with the wind. She was dry and brittle, shattered by drought, and then she was heavy with rain. This proves Pumpkin's strong connection with her ancestors, entrenched in traditions. Delving into details, we have a description of how the grass dancer should perform to impress the audience. There is the spiritual dancer who wants to learn grass secrets by imitating it, moving his body with the wind. And that is exactly what Pumpkin does. She expresses herself, giving the rest of the tribe the remarkable show, rewarded with victory. This story refers to the title of the book, where the spirituality is elevated to a pedestal because it talks about an inexhaustible culture which connects with nature. Moving forward, Power presents another memorable story about Gosho, the well-recognized person in the Sioux tribe, and the one who had a dream about Thunderbird, the most powerful spirit of all the nature forces. Thunderbird is for the Native Canadians a magnificent bird with flapping wings that sound like thunder and lightning shooting out from his eyes. As you can only imagine, the closest picture we have seen before of the similar creature is an image of the white-tailed eagle, expect from his fiery eyes. Considering its appearance, we know why this spirit takes privilege to be called the fearless of all. Thunderbird protects its successors from evil spirits and gives them the strength in their life. Those who experience its experience in dreams are named as an extraordinary people that show the strongest empathy towards Mother Nature because they are gifted, they are supernatural. They have been respected by the whole tribe because they have the greatest knowledge and powers. Contemplating further, the Thunderbird symbol manifests itself once again when Margaret dies surrounded by her loved ones. It is the moment of sorrow we see Harley, Margaret's grandson, calmly watching his grandmother being prepared to depart to the afterlife. Harley feels the energy of spirits when his mother Lydia dresses Margaret in the traditional clothes from the Powwow festival and wrapped her in a dance show quilted with the Thunderbird design on her back. You will fly with the powerful wings, Lydia was thinking. This situation indicates a majestic moment when the spiritual forces is called to look after their own heirs. It comforts them in the lost in the way how religion comforts people's grief, helping them to get through the worst times. It works on the different arrangements, but somehow wants to bring a relief to the families as they are the one who need to accept death as a process which completes our life. Mentioning religion, we have a symbolic character of Father Zimmer. Father Zimmer takes part in Indigenous ceremonies and communities supporting certain members by sharing their Christian values, which allows culture to mix and build a mutual understanding. Father Zimmer worries because without a proper giving away the blessing, He exposes Margaret's soul to wandering between the worlds of here and there, in which in Christian religion are called heaven and hell, an in-between place called purgatory, where soul waits for the final judgment. What kind of judgment is it? This is a time when you need to face God to cleanse your conscience from sins, to be clean as a whistle. It sounds like God will wait there with the list of tasks, checking your action against others, making sure you get to tick them off, and then you are free to go away. However, to be free to go heaven or hell? This one is always a tricky question, which you need to answer yourself, dealing with your own sins. This scenario sounds more serious than being a part of the universe. This place, for the native Canadians, is the beginning of the eternal life, the place where Margaret is heading. This is a personal moment which Harley experiences seeing his grandmother dancing with the Takoya spirit. She was calling Takoya. She called with her spirit. Look at me, look at the magic. There is still magic in the world. Margaret connects with her spirit and dances away, saying goodbye to Harley, as it mentioned in the last sentence of the chapter 4. She set off, no longer dancing, walking briskly towards the council fire, 5 steps beyond the edge of the universe. It sounds magical and comforting, but this moment is a moment for solace and peace, allowing the dead to live forever. The universe gives the native Canadian a picture of paradise, where you spend the never-ending days. There are a lot of complicated cosmologies defining where we come and where we are going. The exclusive study of the universe talks more about pantheism, where Christianity is a monotheistic religion. It makes me think about the quote, "The Bible was written to show us how to go to heaven, not how the heaven go." This quote stuck in my head a long time ago, where my opinion explains how we should approach the subject of belief. The first phrase, "the Bible was written to show us how to go to heaven." It is so true for me as I read my Bible weekly. The Bible fills you with stories, but stories with morals, warning from making a mistake, which will complicate your entrance to heaven, the place where we all want to go. Although the second part, not how the heaven goes, is very mysterious. We don't know how heaven looks. We associate it with the colorful land, where there is a harvest and human care for animals, because this is an imagery that has been placed for us in books and by media. Where the native Canadians describes the universe as a place where kinship exists between all things, where we all happy, somewhere where we know you are going to be free and content. For the native Canadian, spirit protects them from perilous forces, as for Christian people, angels performs as guardians. The angels are God's mediators between God and people to help them to cope with everyday problems or worries through prayers. They move between sacrum and profound, which makes them content with the supernatural power, and then is some of the similarity with John's cultures. Recommencing the meaning of belief, we see Christians paraphrasing image of heaven with the universe at the final stop of the life journey. This is the reason why we cannot forget to ask ourselves the question, how strongly you are related to your culture and how you are connected with it. Power shares these beautiful stories which are reflected in daily life of characters when magic is accepted in the natural world. In Power stories, we feel the spiritual force where the past creeps into reality and, more importantly, has an impact on the course of events where scenes of love and loss make the historical context of Indigenous Canadians versus immigrants' narratives accessible to wider audience. More than that, expressing my own thoughts as a religious person, I admire all Native Canadians for living in harmony with Mother Nature and her elements. I respect the traditions, and I believe this way of upbringing should be a guiding thought people all over the world. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed listening. We've got right now who is going to present his conference paper. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to be answering the question, what is Canadian literature, or try my best at least. To answer that question, first we need to know what is meant by Canadian. Firstly, it's a name people give themselves, like I call myself British. Why do we do that? Well, I like to call them umbrella words, meaning they can act as overarching structures under which other variables can be assigned. Underneath the word Canadian, everyone would have had their own unique structure that makes up Canadian, built up of different ideas they've accumulated throughout life, which gives the word its meaning to them, meaning that no one Canadian is the same. An umbrella structure in language, if there's enough of an overlap in people's perception of the meaning behind a word, then it's acceptable to use the word, even if it doesn't perfectly describe what everyone means. So if words are treated like tools, then the tools don't have to be perfect to be used, much like theories in science. This overlap serves a majority, and although it may be an effective tool to generalize or relate to a group of people, it isn't specific enough if smaller groups are going to be related to. As Canada is a compound of smaller groups of people, down to the individual, as is everywhere, use of words has to become more specific for discerning them. No individual would see themselves as all Canadians, so each of these groups will see themselves differently, maybe not even as Canadians, and so are at odds with anyone that views them differently. Some ways that people could be considered or consider themselves to be Canadian are under law, born and or raised in Canada, speaking Canadian language, living in Canada, born to Canadian parents, or having Canadian citizenship. Each of these could all be reasons that someone could be identified as Canadian, but none of them necessarily make someone Canadian. Anyone can live in Canada under their law, speaking a Canadian language, but won't necessarily call themselves Canadian. We've heard from Valentina earlier that some Indigenous people don't want to identify themselves as Canadian because what this name Canada refers to is a culture that they didn't culturally or historically agree to be a part of. This calls into question what Canada even is. Is it just the land on the map? If it is, then where does the line stop? We could all point to that line on a map, but there isn't any land feature truly separating the land of the US and Canada, their political lines. What separates Canada from the rest of the world is a social agreement that seemingly most people are happy to live with. It works for the majority, but there are minorities that feel differently. It would be fair then if the Indigenous were to separate themselves from Canada, as a lot of what we consider to be Canada could be attributed to language, to culture and law, which is something that differs with Indigenous culture. But were it as simple, that the Indigenous cultures were as separated, that these were all perfect differences, as we know, the administrative force of Canada has run assimilation programs to snuff out the Indigenous culture. This would have happened naturally, but not to the same extent, had there been no opposition between tribes and government, as people blend over political boundaries and cultures mix into other culture all of the time. Ultimately, it seems that for the Indigenous and other minorities, they have a choice as to whether or not they want to identify themselves as Canadian, whether or not others see them that way or not. Whether or not the Indigenous identify themselves as Canadian still might not mean anything but for the minority. The idea that some have of what it means to be Canadian differs, and some would attribute that their place of birth, being from that political and historical nation known as Canada, makes the Indigenous Canadian. Our ideas of ourselves live very much in other people's opinion of us. The fact that some people believe that the Indigenous are Canadian truly shows us that no one is just one thing. Maybe group identity can't fully be identified with if a person cannot be the same thing to everyone. Unless we decide to not listen to some and listen to others, I wouldn't know, nor do I believe in the possibility of creating a fair system to do that. Everyone's ideas and beliefs count, which means the job of answering this question is to ask what everyone thinks of Canadian literature. Just in the ability we all have to be able to have a whole journal and multiple essays about the idea of Canadian literature tells me that we believe the idea itself exists in whatever form it takes, either being factual or not. The idea exists, but what is it? I can give the sum total, how most people see it, the most low resolution, easiest to digest, simple definition, the body of written works produced by Canadians. Like any low resolution definition, it will tell you nothing of what any of the literature will be like, not its genre, its success, its purpose, its credibility, its sentimental value, or whether or not you'll probably like it. It is quite literally only telling you that it is literature produced by Canadians. What's assigned to this category is not perfect nor clear. There have been marginalized groups left out, minority groups, groups that don't want to be a part. But a definition that encompasses 38 million people, are we really trying to find minority groups by using this as our definition? Resurfacing old marginalized works is important, healthy, and responsible for the progression of art. To expect it to be found in and amongst something so broad as Canadian literature would be daunting, which is why most of the time it's being separated. It's not a bad thing though. By doing so, for example, by labelling a work as Indigenous Canadian literature, it's easier to find if someone is doing a specific search, or if a group is becoming more popularised, then any work labelled as such has a much greater chance of finding more viewership. Canadian literature does exist as an implaceable, inexplicable, ever-changing shape in our mind's eye. It's a low-resolution image. It's only useful for finding the written down works of a Canadian, however the majority views it. If you aren't looking for the majority's views, then the definition probably won't fit. And I think now we're going to be doing a roundtable discussion with John, me, and Pat, and Nathan asking questions.
Hi everyone. Thank you for being with us. I've got first few questions, if you don't mind, John. I just jotted them or you was reading and you read.
Okay.
Yeah, quite interesting. Referring to your phrase, history taught us spurious truths, is like, I'm thinking about this because we heard some really harsh and tough stories today about some of the characters in your story, in your piece of writing, what you presented in your essay. Do you think this kind of stories should be presented in the history today? Should younger generation should learn about that kind of stories as well, the stories behind the scene, not only the beautiful and glamorous, but also some harsh and brutal stories, what happened to people.
I don't know if there's any should. I don't know if anyone should be forced to do anything, but
yes.
Have it excluded or forced out, I don't think that should ever happen.
Yes.
I think if somebody speaks in a certain way with a certain accent or uses certain dialects, they shouldn't be frowned upon just because of the way they speak. And whether that relates to, I don't know, Indigenous people in Canada, I'm not really placed to say, but I think people should be able to speak the way they want, and if certain dialects should not be cut out just because the establishment, because somebody who goes to Oxford or Cambridge decides this is the way we should talk, reference, behave,
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think about that? What about language, how we should supposed to, I don't know, speak and present? It should be something ashamed of ourselves, or that is a part of our identity, because that is something you've been writing as well, haven't you?
Yeah, well,
how you feel about this?
I don't know, because sometimes I feel like speaking properly has advantages as well.
There you go, speaking properly. What is speaking properly?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yes. What is properly?
Yeah, okay.
Like the French protect their language as well, don't they? So they've got like laws and stuff in place so that it doesn't degrade, because that's what happens to language.
Does that make it right though?
Not necessarily, but I feel like there's at least something that unifies everyone, is that we are speaking the same language. It links as many people. We're all human,
doesn't that unify us? Is it like language something that, adds depth to each individual and their character as well as the way they look?
I think maybe not the language, but dialect, isn't it? Like
and language
mentioned.
As well.
Yes.
It's part and parcel, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think we should ask our host, Nathan, what he thinks.
Me personally, I'm for diversity. I'm for, should I be in frame for this? I don't know. But it doesn't matter. Anyway,
stay there.
I'll stay here. Me personally, I'm for like language change and language diversity. I don't think anyone should be forced necessarily to speak in a particular way.
So what about with literature though? So like, the way certain books are written, or because like a publisher will reject something because it's got a certain dialect in, partially because for sales matters, and they want to sell lots of books to the same type of person. But what about when it's actually part of that story? Should it be forcibly excluded then in literature?
I see where you're coming from, and it comes down to like a completely different debate viewing literature as a business as opposed to an art form. I feel like if we view literature as an art form, then it should be a representation of how the author would like to get their message across, if that makes sense. Obviously, if something is written in a more standardized way, it's more likely to get those sales. It's more likely to resonate with a wider range of people, but I don't necessarily think that's always a good thing. I don't think monetization and stuff like that.
I think music and art, music with art music have taught us something different to literature though, because certain artists, you know, who use slang in their music, you know, I'm not going to reference anyone, but certain artists who, you know, use slang and they're really popular, but in literature it's frowned upon. But is it because literature is gate-kept?
That's what I don't know. Is it because it's just certain, you know, canonical literature which we just concentrate on, and that's how we think they should be follow the rest, or it's just how we interpret this kind of, I don't know, different stories.
I feel like there's kind of a almost elitist interpretation of like literature as opposed to music. I feel like music has always been something that can be associated with any class. You'll see like people of a poorer class creating music amongst each other, whereas literature, there's always an association with being highly educated, you know? So I feel like that's where those sort of, I wouldn't say misunderstandings, but like those are where the views sort of originate from.
Cool. You've got some questions, haven't you, Nathan? So I'll let you sit down here and I'll come so
sure.
out of the way.
How are you going to answer the questions?
You can answer. This is open. They're open questions.
It's open, but I'm just trying to make sure.
I've got them written on my phone. So I wanted to ask you guys, did researching for your papers cause you to think about your own identity?
I think, yes, absolutely. Maybe because identity is not only, you know, from where you come from and your backgrounds, but for me also is my religion. It's quite strong. I identified myself with my religion, which is Christianity. And that made me think a lot, because it's not only, you know, oh, do your prayers and you're done for a day. It's something you just develop in you through the years, and it just presents you in the future who you are and how you think. In certain areas, it's not only religious areas, but the way also how you speak about certain things or you think. And I think also what kind of relations you build with people around you. Yes.
For sure.
For me. What about for you, Brett?
Well, yeah, I suppose I was just...
How does make you think about your identity, the research you've been doing and writing your essay?
Well, I've been going so off into
Yes.
one thing and then coming back to another. So like a lot about whether people identify with groups or not. And I don't know, I suppose I call myself British, but I don't think that really means anything to me. So it's not like I said, it's not like it made me question anything too much like that, other more than specifically trying to get at how people even interact with the world, their day to day.
I feel like that's an interesting perspective, because to me personally, my identity is like a big thing. I feel like it's something that it's always in the back of my mind. So for you to think, oh no, you just sort of like live life day by day. Do you know what I mean?
I don't agree. I agree with like but I thought a lot about identity while I was doing it, you know, and the identity that people will project on me, because, you know, mainly white guys went into North America and ripped indigenous people from their homes. So the way people look at me, so it has affected me massively. Yeah. Because I don't see how you can be human and not.
Did that change you somehow? Your thinking?
I don't think it's necessarily changed me.
Yes.
But it upset me to think that people could do that to other people. You know, and it made me look at the situation like, you know, the Americas and things like that, and it made me look at who I was, you know, and who I am.
Yeah, because in a way we might be the part of this, what we call this.
Yeah, in another life, yes, I could have quite easily been responsible for something like that, because it was socially, in a weird, bizarre, sick way, acceptable, wasn't it? you know, when it's not acceptable.
No, Red, I wanted to ask you as well about, you mentioned separate law in your, that's quite interesting. What is that separate law? Why even that exists there? And how does that make you feel as well? Because, I don't know, would have kind of weird effect on me when someone could live in a country with separate law for certain people. I don't know, I should feel excluded or included in certain things. How does that work?
Well, I suppose with the Indigenous people, they've still got the ability to revoke that, just join Canada, I suppose, you know. But like, it's. I mean, they're still under the law of Canada anyway, so it's not like. It's more how the tribe communicates with disputes like marriage and business and stuff like that with the government. How they try and keep the tribal laws, how they keep the heritage and keep it.
So it's in a way is a good thing that separate law exists.
I think so. I've not done enough research about it, to be honest. But
no, in your opinion, is yes.
I assume so. Yeah, I mean, it's for rather than just giving them all one law to follow. Yeah,
absolutely.
Should we move on to another question?
Yeah, sure. I don't mind. I was just gonna say, I feel like it's interesting to think that the language, like gatekeeping laws, it's almost as if the people that set those laws feel pride the same way Indigenous people feel pride about their own culture. So I don't necessarily think we should judge people for setting those laws, even though it can be argued it divides. Like, it's just me personally, I don't really believe that there should be laws that divide people in terms of language. If there's no laws, then people can just choose how to present their speech personally, because you can still keep pride by choosing how you wish to speak, if that makes sense. But yeah, no, I'll move on to the next question, which is, did you guys learn anything in particular, anything about like Canadian history that you found particularly interesting? For me personally, I don't know if you guys remember, but at the very, very start of this module, we did research in terms of the demographics. I was surprised how multicultural Canada actually was. Like, I had an idea that it was multicultural, but I didn't realize to the extent.
Yeah, I agree. And but I think it's a good thing in a way. Yes. And especially they respect each other and bring this new vibrance of things into their cultures and still carry on also with their old. It's kind of exciting, to be fair. Yeah, seeing all that mixture together. It's got an impact also on language, like John was writing as well, which creates some dialects, and I think you used the word hybrid language, wasn't it? In some way, yes, as well, which is quite interesting how that develops. And I think that is a part of mixture of culture altogether.
Also, I think if the gatekeepers are stopping a certain, so it's the same as stopping a certain, I don't know if they're deliberately doing it, stopping a certain type of person getting into university or whatever. And then also, if a minority then does get into the university and then starts assimilating that system, nothing's ever going to change. It just always remains the same. But you know, if there's an acceptance of different ways of different behaviours, then things will change and they'll evolve. They're not being allowed to evolve.
The thing is, it's majority versus minority, and minority's almost always going to lose that fight, I feel.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's not even the minority, though, is it? I think a majority of people in England aren't rich, but a majority of people in England, in the UK, as a whole, aren't rich, but the minority tell us how we should speak. You know, I come to university, and a lot of people try and imitate this kind of middle-class ideal way of speaking. Do you know what I mean? Trying to assimilate with that class. You know, and I think more people should just refuse to do it. So I'll speak the way I want to speak, thank you.
There always is that fear, isn't it? People got on the back of their head. Shall I or shall I not to say anything? Because that's how they're going to just, I don't know, they're going to judge you straight away.
But they will judge you, Yes. You see, they judge your literature, don't they? They judge what you write. They're going to judge how you speak. And that, therefore, people start to assimilate
Absolutely,
that,
but
that
not-
way of speaking, so they can then fit in, and hopefully they're lucky become part of this wealthy minority, and then do the same to the majority again.
It's just not everybody can take that risk, aren't they? They want to be in the middle of this or harassment or thinking, oh yes.
And get on with it.
Joe Five Hardy tapped in the YouTube chat. He asked you in particular, Red, your idea of speaking properly. Do you think that your idea of speaking properly comes from the fact that you had a sheltered upbringing where there was no like validity of speaking any other way?
No, because I didn't have one. I just think that if we all speak English, right? It's the same thing. I don't mean properly as in
standardized, like.
Yeah, I don't mean Queen's English.
Yeah,
I just mean something that everyone can understand.
Yeah.
So like, if it breaks down and people, like, see, you know your Newark dialect, John, but you still know how to speak to everyone else that speaks English, right?
Yeah, I think
There's
this is kind of a bad. It's a Newark dialect's kind of a bad example because it's a really small. But we're talking about like with Canada, North America, we're talking about an entire race of people, multiple races of people, and then telling them they've got to speak in a certain way. You know, I'm quite happy to speak English because I'm English. Do you know what I mean? Do you get what I mean? I enjoy speaking dialect. You know, when I'm around certain friends because we just flow with it. Yeah, but to have that right taken away from you, especially I suppose as like an Indigenous person who's had everything else taken away. You know, I think it's, and I'm not saying you're ignorant or arrogant, but I'd say it's ignorant or arrogant to think that it's acceptable just because of like some majority or just to meet the consensus because everyone speaks.
And I definitely don't think that anyone should be forced to do anything.
No, I don't. Red, you're cool, I think Red has not led a sheltered life, I don't think, and he's a nice guy, you know what I mean?
But in the same way, still, like, knowing the language that most of the people in your political landscape know is just a tool that you can use. You'll be able to talk to anyone you go to in that political border. So
just break these bridges, isn't it, between, which whatever reason you've got them, I think that does help. Open communication, isn't it? And
but also it does, a language also can encapsulate certain ideals as well. So if we want to change things, we've got to change the way we speak. Because we're literally just speaking the same language we were speaking like 500 years ago, you know, whatever. Do you know, and it's the same way of speaking. And it's to some people that actually, you know, sometimes I've maybe got a chip on my shoulder. Sometimes people who speak like that annoy me because I know what it's from. I know what it means. It's there to keep me down because that's how I feel coming, like being working class and things. You know, and to be like part of a minority, that must just feel 10 times, a million times, infinitely worse. I don't know.
Have any of your opinions about literally anything that we've studied throughout changed based on, obviously we had like Valentina earlier and we've heard each other's like conference papers. Have you had any opinions that you thought were set that changed necessarily, or do you think that your opinions had always lined up with what we've heard so far?
It changed a lot my opinions because I didn't even think in some of the situations, like in stories being said or Valentina being saying what's happening in Canada. They went through a lot of hell, I have to say, and some brutal stuff, and the children and everything, how they just been moved place to place, and orphanages is it's tragic. It's sad what is happening, and we kind of blacking eyes on that and saying, oh, we don't see that, we don't know what is happening. Well, we have to open our eyes more on this kind of situations and speak about this like we do speak about them today, to just give all the people the picture, wider picture, broader picture of just tough life what some of the people have. And hopefully this kind of conferences, not only us, but more, going to change that, people's view on it. Makes them more aware. It's something else we need to look at. I don't know how you think about this.
Well, I think the history, they're looking at, I mean, I knew a bit about the history. I think you'd have to be, you'd have to have ears shut and your eyes closed, not to know a little bit of the history of North America, but to have to, look at it daily, and
Yes.
some of the treatments of people, that affected me.
It's quite shocking, isn't it? It's still happening now in the 21st
Yeah,
century.
that's
That's what it is. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's a bit weird, like somebody like me being able to talk about really. It's just really strange for me because I just feel I don't feel like I have the right in a way, and I feel like any Indigenous people listening to me now, they probably think idiot.
Well, I don't think they do,
and
but
that
it's
because I don't feel like I've had enough time to look at the material and give it due respect.
No, absolutely. I don't feel like I've got enough knowledge to be able to speak. Yeah.
Well, there was
Purely
that
about this.
Valentina talked about that
said
guy
Yes.
with the theory of opacity, where there was that philosopher, I think, like an immigrant in some country or something, where he was saying that not necessarily that they want us to even speak about this or try and fix their
That's
problems.
what I mean.
That's true, yeah.
Like, why are you still interfering with?
Yeah, it's really interesting to think about because even me personally, I feel like I wouldn't use the word not like worthy, but I definitely feel uneducated about the matter, and that's why I'm not necessarily expressing my opinions. Definitely, I don't know what it's like to be like an Indigenous person in Canada, so that's why I liked how Valentina presented information where it was just like research and her opinions on things that aren't necessarily like objective, So she was saying her personal opinions, her perception, and she was presenting actual research as opposed to like saying that this is how things work, etc., etc. And she did say that she almost didn't feel worthy to speak about it because she has not experienced it. But I definitely like I said it earlier, I definitely see I can relate to some things to an extent. Just simply being like a Caribbean teen in England, like I can see where things would overlap and I can see, okay, some of my life experiences are similar to some of the experience of these Indigenous people, but I can't explicitly say I can understand that because I haven't lived it, if that makes sense.
I feel a weird kind of like a sick irony because I'm like writing in English, I'm writing to a standard that's dictated how I've got to write my conference paper in a certain way, but kind of in a weird way contradicts what should be happening. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just our voices, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Us talking about something, possibly. I'm not saying we have absolutely no right to talk about it. And that's like a personal feeling. I found it very uncomfortable.
At the same time, though, I feel like these conversations are important because, like I said, right now we feel uneducated, but the best way to learn is from people that conduct research on Indigenous writers or even from Indigenous writers themselves. And we have like.
But we're not
writers
discussing
coming
it
in.
directly with Indigenous people, and we're going through that third party again.
Yeah.
And so
we have, but the thing is, like, we haven't seen an Indigenous writer yet, but we'll have people coming in and speaking about who I believe will have more of an insight.
hopefully.
Who I believe will have more of an insight about the matter anyway. So that's what I'm hopeful about. Yeah.
I think I had a question for you, Pat.
Yeah, go on then.
And it was about religious beliefs and Canada. So the Bible, as I see it, it suggests that the world was made by a single God, and it would imply that it was made for humans, not man specifically. The Indigenous faiths of Canada, from what I can gather of them in my little amount of research I've done, believe in harmony with nature is their faith. So would you say that with global warming, things like that going on at the moment, Indigenous cultures and Indigenous faiths, even like you look at like the Aboriginals in Australia,
Yes.
Tribes in South America, African tribes living in harmony with nature, do you think would that be a better faith now than the Christian faith? And I know that's a tough question because
No, I know from where you're coming from, but I can't absolutely agree on that saying that God, made only that word for humans, because when we go back to the book of Genesis, God, with God words, the world was made, and does say the first was made earth, plants, animals, and then at the end was human, which does give us kind of privilege to look after the earth and animals. But it's just like, again, how interpreted. There's a lot of so many subjective interpretations of it that people kind of think, oh yeah, man rules the earth and planets and animals and whatever lives on it. No, that doesn't work like that. It's just there's dogmas everywhere. Now, so many said differently, and I think people just approaching from wrong angle, really. We are here to look after our mother nature and make sure this mother nature just going to give us everything what we need, but we are responsible for it. We don't rule it, but we're responsible. We need to care for it.
is Mother Nature part of the Christian
Well,
religion,
I'm going to say,
or is that more of a kind of a tribal way of thinking from way back when?
Yes, maybe it's just the way I interpret
Yeah.
it. Yes, for myself.
So a combination of the two can exist.
Yes, I think so. It's somewhere on the level we can meet together on that level and just think, yes, it is important. It is. But as I say, it depends who is interpreting how. Yes.
I feel like phrases like Mother Nature, it just helps the communication.
Absolutely.
Because if you're not, even if you're religious, if you're not religious, everyone understands what it means, and the basic principle of like Christianity. I'm Christian as well, so
Yes.
Christian teachings, like it allows us to communicate. Where the fact of the matter is, we should just be all loving, all caring, try to protect, try to accept. And that's it,
Yeah, I don't believe in any God, but I do believe in just treating people equally, and that's it.
Yes.
So if I've got one belief, that's it.
Which is the right one. Yes. That's how we should respect each other. Yes.
That's a good place to end.
I was thinking that, yeah. I feel like
yes.
that was a really nice note to end on. So yeah, I believe we're going to go to a break now. We'll be back.
Thank you for listening. Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Welcome back. So for the next hour, we will be speaking to Sara, to Waard, and after that, we'll have a short break and then we'll introduce our final guest speaker. I feel like that's all I have to say right now. So without further ado, welcome, Sara.
Thank you, Nathan. Thank you so much. I love how my name sounds when you say it. You have a beautiful accent. Thank you for introducing me. I'm really excited to be here, and I hope that you get something out of this speech or this talk, and that you're inspired in some way to follow your own path and have a good time while doing it. So I was thinking a lot since I was asked to be here, and I thought, how will I approach this? What am I going to say? Taking into context the title of the conference and why people are watching and what people are hoping to hear. And so I decided to talk to you a bit about my background and a bit about how I came to this position in my life. And then finally, I'll talk about how I managed to get my debut novel published. And that will be kind of the trajectory of my discussion. And I hope if you have any comments or questions at the end, then I'm totally happy to answer them. So when I started to think about what it means to be a Canadian writer, it was a really interesting internal dialogue for me because it brought me back to when I was a kid. And I remember our teachers explaining to us that Canada seems like more of a cultural mosaic where different cultures are free to express themselves, and as opposed to, say, what we learned when I was growing up from our education system, perhaps our neighbors to the south, the United States, are a bit more of a melting pot. So that was kind of replaying in my mind as I was thinking about today's talk. And it had me thinking that perhaps here in Canada, we are given this kind of this comfort, this ability to express ourselves in unique ways and individualistic ways. Now, whether or not those ways will be picked up or whether or not people will want to publish our creativity or look at what we make or read what we make or watch what we make, that's another story. But I do feel like we have this freedom to express our truths. So that seems to be an encouraging thing and a nice thing for us. Even as I'm an elementary school teacher, my day job is as an elementary school teacher, and I've been doing this for over 16 years. And for example, recently we received a directive from our school board. I teach for the public board. And it just kind of reminded us around Christmas time not to be hyper-focused on Christmas. Now, sometimes that makes people feel uncomfortable because if you read that wrong, you think they're telling us not to celebrate Christmas. But in fact, the opposite is true. It's celebrate Christmas wholeheartedly, but don't forget that there are other cultures, other traditions, other celebrations. And as a public school, maybe it's our duty to bring those to light as well and celebrate those. But with that, sometimes there's a level of discomfort depending on the leaders. How much do we know? How do we educate ourselves about other cultures and other traditions? So I do feel like it's an exciting time, but I also think that talks to this piece that Canada is like a cultural mosaic. And it is a nice, I'm proud to be Canadian because of that. Sometimes it isn't, especially in recent days, there are threats to that, but I feel like generally we are able to uphold that still. And that definitely feels good for me as a writer. So I've been thinking my path where I'm at right now, I'm Métis. And this is just something that I've started to celebrate and acknowledge and learn more about lately. And as I was talking to my best friend the other day, and I was trying to wrap my head around this idea lately that I'm kind of at a standstill because I know my background, but I feel like part of society is asking me to almost give proof in a way. And it's a bit constricting and it's a bit difficult for me. So I was talking to my best friend the other day, and just as a point of example, I asked her, "You're Italian." you're Italian, right? Yes, I'm Italian. Okay, that's wonderful. And then I said, how do you know? Because I'm often asked, how do I know? Even from people in my own circles, how do you know? And so if someone in Canada says they're Italian or they're Scottish or they're Irish, well, their reasons can be, well, my relatives or people in my family have accents, or we go back to Italy to visit family, we go back to Scotland to visit family, and that's a good enough answer. And so I don't know what it is or what I'm sensing, but especially being in the publishing world, I'm very proud to write that I'm Métis, but at the same time, I'm also a little bit afraid because I don't know what that means and how people are going to ask me, because I'm still on my own journey of figuring it out. So I don't feel like other cultures have that same pressure. So what do I say? You know I'm Métis because my mom and dad told me, both of them now since are passed away. So I'm missing that culture. I'm missing that drop-down tradition, especially because I feel like my parents didn't talk about it. They were made to feel almost that it was almost taboo in our house. So I'm at this point in my life where I definitely feel like it's part of me that I want to explore because I know it's there. I feel it. I love it. And it's part of me. So I'm on this journey of discovering where I'm at. I mean, even when I was younger, it was very frustrating because literally the only, God love my mother. My mother is a fantastic woman and I miss her dearly. She passed away in July of this year from cancer. But I remember the only time we really talked about our heritage and ancestries in university, when my mother, I was going away to university. I was one of the first kids in the entire family to go away to post-secondary school. And financially, it was a burden. It was very expensive. My family did not have a lot of money. And my mother mentioned that there were grants available to people like us. So what did that mean? What is like us? No one talked about these things. It was very strange. So when she said, it's because you're Métis, you could apply for a special grant. So I was, not very cultured as in my late teens. And I said, well, what does that mean? What do I have to do? And in jest, she said to me, all you have to do is take this little feather and put it into your shoelaces so that you can constantly be identified. And that's my mother telling me that. And it was mind blowing to me because in that moment I was like, well, I'm not doing that, because I completely took her seriously because that was the only time she had ever talked to me about my culture. So imagine growing up in a household where you know that you have this really wonderful heritage and backstory, but your own caregivers are taught that it's taboo or that we don't talk about it. And so it was very frustrating. So here I am. So to get to this point, why I feel how I feel now is about 6 years ago, I was working at an elementary school, and it was in a community, a hamlet of a larger community that had a large Indigenous population. And so around the time the Truth and Reconciliation report was coming out, and we were also celebrating Canada's 150th. So it was kind of an interesting time to be in Canada because there was a bit of, we really want to celebrate this wonderful country. It's 150 years old. And then there was this poll being like, well, don't forget that it's much older than that. And so the government was giving out grants. You could apply for a grant to get some celebration money for the 150th. So a couple of really amazing colleagues and I, a few months prior to that, went to one of Canada's last standing residential schools, and it's called the Mohawk Institution, and it's in Brantford. And what happened was, as sad as this is to admit, this is 6 years ago, I didn't know what a residential school was. I think you'd be shocked to know how many people in Canada 6 years ago did not know what a residential school was. Now it's very different, but then I didn't know. my mother didn't know, my aunts didn't know, my siblings didn't know. No one knew what a residential school was. So when I went to this residential school, which is now, it's now being preserved as a museum called the Woodland Cultural Center, and it's wonderful. It's such a great place to visit. It'd be like going to Germany and seeing their museums on the Holocaust, which I think is extremely important for a country to own up to what it's done. So unfortunately, they're working very hard to preserve this museum because it's being threatened to be torn down. It's just, it needs the financial support so that they can make it a wonderful museum to preserve these memories in the past. So then there I was listening to these two residential school survivors, and I was crying. I was blown away. First of all, I felt this magnetic pull to them. I can't quite explain this, but there have been many times in my life that you just feel this feeling inside that you're connected on a level that is beyond other connections. So as I was sitting in that audience, I felt so pulled to these two residential school speakers, and their stories were so heartbreaking about something that I felt like I was watching a movie. Like, this can't be real. This can't be what it was like, but it was real. And I was just gutted. I was bawling. The whole audience was crying because this was new information to a lot of people. And so fast forward back to when we could apply for that grant, we thought, what can we do? We're in this community. We're people who care. We were just truly inspired by these residential school survivors. So we decided to apply for a grant to have our own residential school survivors come to our school, put on a conversation with the adults in the gym. Well, the kids of the school got to rotate through these sessions led by Indigenous leaders and artists doing crafts and storytelling. And it was a really beautiful night. And it was, I had a free barbecue. Everybody was having a wonderful time. But my favorite part, as morbid as this may sound, is the people in the audience who were feeling the same way I had felt when I first heard the residential school survivors speak. They were crying. They were adults who I knew through the students and through the population, who had that rough exterior, who kind of some of the helicopter parents who just were so hyper focused on things in their life. And for the first time in my, like, for me knowing them, they were just blown away by this and so heartbroken. So that kind of started me on my path to thinking, there's a lot of hurt here, and there's a lot of opportunity to look at my past and look at where I'm at in my life and try to get to the bottom of these things. So that's pretty much how I say that my journey started. I know from my mother's, her status card, there's Algonquin, Huron-Wendat. And my dad, I looked through on my dad's side, all these old handwritten census records from the government. And they said, Cree, there were some parts that said Cree, but this like handwritten, cursive, and very faded records. And if you try to get information officially through the government, it's like a 2-year waiting list. And sometimes your applications are rejected for God knows what, a spelling mistake, I don't know. But it's just been a really interesting journey for me. So I just wanted to bring some light to that. So as I was trying to come to terms with where I'm at and my own story, I've never really been sure which stories I need to tell, but I've always known that I'm a storyteller. And I think that that's an important distinction, that my stories may not have the same plot or the same setting or the same, time, but I always seem to have a similar theme in my writing, regardless of the genre. Even I've done some screenwriting comedies, like raunchy sex comedies, and then I've done some dark psychological thriller writing, and now I'm being published as a children's young adult author. I just worked on a picture book, so I'm all over the place, but it always seems like my themes are deep, and a lot of times they reflect on someone trying to find themselves or someone being trapped and looking for a way out. So as I reflect on, and I don't think about it beforehand, I have a story in me, and then I decide to tell it, and I decide to write it, and then it's done. And then I realize after looking at my past work that there's a common theme, and it kind of blows me away. So obviously, when you write, things come from within. You beg, borrow, steal from all over. But generally, when you're writing something through your voice, it's interesting to look back at them and realize how thematically they're quite similar, even though the genres are all over the place. So I feel that I am a storyteller, and I feel like I have always been a storyteller. So my journey started when I was a kid, and I started by writing little poems. And then I remember in grade 5, I wrote my first, I call it my first novel. It was just a little, I took these pages, hand wrote them, cut them up. And I remember I took some old wallpaper from my house, and I cut it to look like a book cover. And I put all the papers in it and tried to attach them somehow. And I showed it to my teacher, Mrs. O'Reilly. Showed it to her in grade 5, and I said, "Here's my first book." And I remember looking back on it, it makes me cringe because it's so embarrassing. But I do remember specifically that I didn't know much. The girl, and I always had very sad stories to begin with. And the girl, the main character in my story, she had cancer, but I called the cancer chemotherapy. So I didn't know what I was talking about. I didn't know anything, but I was able at that age to draw from emotion and draw from my world, to the point where my teacher, again, I have to say her name, Mrs. O'Reilly, because I specifically remember when she read it, she could have pointed out all the flaws. She could have told me, "You're an idiot. Chemotherapy is a treatment, not a cancer." She could have crushed my dreams. Teachers honestly have that power to crush your dreams or completely lift you up. And she just said to me, "Sara, you should be a writer." And it's almost like I hadn't even thought of it to that point. I was writing because I loved it. I was writing because, to be honest, I loved making people cry. I loved making people feel sad. I just loved that power of making people feel something. Still to this day, and I'll talk about it later, that's completely what drives me, is just wanting to make people feel something. So after that, I wrote little stories here and there. Writing kind of took a spot of the back burner because, you're a teenager and other things take precedence, social life, your first high school job, trying to get to university. So writing kind of took it kind of quieted down for me for a while until I got to university in Toronto. I went to Ryerson University, and fourth year, it's kind of like at this program, radio and television. The first year you study television, like studio television. Second year you study radio. Well, this is what it was like in the 90s anyway. And then in third year, you get to concentrate a bit more, and I've concentrated on advertising. And then in fourth year, you get to really form a group, find your peers, form this group, really create. It was a fantastic year, but unfortunately it coincided with the year my father passed away. So my father passed away at 42 ultimately from a mistake during heart surgery. But prior to that, he had a heart attack, and he was only 42. So my final year of university was this very strange year for me, where I was dealing with the loss of my father. And I almost quit. I almost quit university because I couldn't take it. I was learning so much about my dad's side of the family, really deep personal things. And then here I am, expected to go to school and expected to perform. And we were forming this group, and I was the production manager, and I had to go into meetings with real companies, and we were working on real commercials for nonprofit organizations. So I wanted to quit. And I remember it was my uncle John, my dad's brother, who said, your dad, and I know this is so cliche, but it really does mean something coming from your dad's brother. He said, your dad would not want you to quit. Like, he was so proud of you. So that's what sent me back to school. And I had an incredible year. I got like, I don't know, I forget what you call it, Dean's List. I had a 98% average. It was just this year. I just went back and I just killed it because I totally threw myself into these projects. And I think that's what I tend to do as a writer. And I know a lot of writers who I feel do the same thing. If they're dealing with some kind of hardship or personal trauma, they throw themselves in to a project and just work so hard and it's like an escape. And that's what it was like for me. So 4th year, I also concentrated on writing, and I tried my first script because that was an option. And I got really good feedback on the script. Of course, it was a really sad story. It involved death and friendship, and it was nominated for a Tara Award, which for the radio and television arts at Ryerson, that's like their little Oscars at the end of the year. And so I was so excited. I didn't win. This guy Cabral won. He had an amazing script. But I remember at the time, it was that little external validation that told me, hey, maybe you're onto something here. And I feel that that kind of external validation in our lives is extremely important. So if you ever have a chance to do that for somebody, or if you're ever in a position of power, I feel like giving back in that way is extremely important, because we need that. Writers need that. We have imposter syndrome. We're doing this all alone most of the time, sitting in our rooms, early in the morning or super late at night and working on these things. And imposter syndrome is so real. I've had it. It's been a very difficult journey for me, as far as I'm trying so hard to celebrate these wins. But honestly, it's like there's a voice inside your head. It's like, ooh, I don't know how you manage this one, but someone's going to figure out soon that you're not very talented. And it's just like, oh, someone's going to ask you a question you're not going to know how to answer, and you're going to be revealed as this imposter. And it's so real. And I know I'm not alone in that, because I follow a fantastic Twitter writing community, and you read about it all the time. So I don't think that's specific to me. So I kind of put screenwriting to the side a little bit. I got married extremely young. My first marriage, I was extremely young. And I had my first son when I was 27. And that part of my life just kind of took over. But writing was always burning inside of me. I think if you're a true writer, you have that calling, and you're just like, ooh, I'm itching to write, but I just can't find the time. And so my son was a really good sleeper. He took a lot of naps. And I thought, you know what? I'm not tired right now, and I'm going to start writing. So then I started to write again. And I wrote a lot of screenplays. So if you're a screenwriter, you can write speculative screenplays, short form for specs. You're just writing these. No one's asking you to write this. You're just a writer at home, and you have this idea that you're married to, and you like this idea, and you write your script. So that's a spec. So I wrote over 5 or 6 years, I wrote 13 specs, which is a lot, because specs are about 100 pages each, formatted for screenwriting. So not as hard as writing a 100-page novel, just say, but that's a lot. So my talent, I think the feedback that I received from people in Hollywood and people in New York and agents and managers who I've met along the way, constantly the positive feedback I get back is my voice and my dialogue and my ability to get it done. So sometimes some advice that I would give to writers is, it can really be a skill to finish something. I'm sure there are so many scripts and stories and books out there that are absolutely amazing. People just hovered over them, pouring their heart and souls into it, but they're not done. So a major part of my advice would be, get it done, because you could sit there, you could backspace, you can rewrite, you can try things over, you could edit it to death. But when you're done, you're going to think, finally, I'm done, and here it is. And then someone's going to come in, and someone's going to edit it. Someone's going to cross things out. Someone's going to tell you that your baby sucks. Or they're going to tell you it's good. And if you spend years and years and years totally consumed by that and traumatized by it before you show it to the world, it might be a very disappointing situation for you. So my theory is kind of get it out. You know if it's a good story, because if you like it, it's a good story for somebody. Get it out as best you can and then release it to the world, because that's kind of, I think, what got me on a path, because I entered competitions for screenwriting and I was able to gain some attention that way. And it was actually easier for me to find an agent and a manager in Beverly Hills than it was to find one in Toronto, Canada. And I think that's because, you know, Canada is so much smaller and it's very connected. So I feel like as a Canadian writer, the best thing I could do is network. Whereas as to break into the American scene, the best thing I could do was get it done and do it well. So I kind of feel like I'm at my age now and I'm just starting to form the connections I need to make in Canada to possibly take this further, but it has taken a really long time and it's been a really hard scene to break into. What happened was, after writing these speculative screenplays, doing well in some competitions, I had an agent who was pocketing me. And for those of you who aren't really sure what that means, an agent, you know, an agent can sign you, or an agent can pocket you, or an agent can reject you. I guess there's three scenarios. For when an agent pockets you, it's the term that they don't really like to use, and it's not really the most positive term, but it's truth. The truth in it is they like you, they like your writing, but maybe their level, you're not at their level yet. So they can't quite take your work to the town until it's at their level. So, but they don't want to lose you. So they talk to you, they nurture you, they guide you, they mentor you, but they don't sign you yet. So until you write that thing that they're ready to take to the town. So about 5 years ago or so, I was ready to write this script. It was a passion project. I just finished my report cards. It was Christmas time. And I thought, I have a few weeks or a couple weeks here. That's it. I got to get this story out of me. And I wrote a story about, because when I was in real life, when I was 16, I had a stalker. And it was a very scary experience. This stalker was arrested and had to be, you know, had to undergo some treatment and some therapy to try to learn, because he believed that he was married to me. We were 16 years old. It was very scary for a young girl. And years later, I thought, where is he? You know, what happened to him? And I actually, part of me felt a little guilty, because I thought, I hope his life is okay. I hope he wasn't too traumatized. It was very strange headspace to be in. So sometimes when I'm in that space, the best thing I can do is create characters to help me work it out. So I ended up writing a psychological thriller about the blizzard of 77. So in upstate New York, in southern Canada, Ontario area, there was a terrible blizzard in 77. And it had deaths, like I can't remember now, 20-something deaths. The snowbanks, like 30 feet high from the wind. And everybody was just paralyzed there was no mobility other than snowmobiles going house to house to try to deliver goods. It was a really interesting time. And so I thought, what if I take that time in history, and so like historical fiction, I guess, and have this woman trapped in a home because of the blizzard with someone who harbored intense feelings for her when she was younger and was a bit of a stalker. So I'll read to you a bit of that script right now. And the reason I'm reading you this script is because it was extremely close to being optioned. So if you get something optioned in Hollywood, it means they took it, a producer is willing to put the money on it. Now, the thing why I'm reading this to you is because it's just reflective of a time when it was this close. It had an attached director. I had managers at a big Hollywood agency. I had an agent talking to me from an even bigger Hollywood agency. It was a really exciting time for me. I was this girl from Port Colborne, Ontario, which is a town of 19,000 people. I had to do 8 rewrites that year. I would come home, you know, take my kids to their sports, make their lunches, put them to bed. 10 o'clock at night, I have to get ready on my rewrite. I would write till 3 or 4 in the morning, wake up, go teach full time. It was an insane year. 8 rewrites in a year. It's approximately 800 pages of writing. And I thought, this is going to happen. And it didn't happen. At the end of all that excitement, all that thrilling ride, mind you, I wasn't paid a penny, because when you're not accredited writer yet, you could be asked to do this for free. But I was so excited. I was driven, and I thought, this is it though. This is the work I have to put in to make this happen. And then it fell through. They said the tides had changed. They said no one's really looking for female-led psychological thrillers anymore. We found so many about it. It's kind of like we're moving on to something else. And I was crushed. I went into a deep depression, for real, like a real depression, because I was like, being that close was horrifying for me. As you can imagine, it was so much. So I'll just read to you a little bit of that script. And just to set the stage, it's about a woman and her daughter who flee an abusive relationship, and they end up stuck in a blizzard in a home with a guy who she knew when she was younger, and he was infatuated with her then. So it's creepy. And the reason why I pulled this scene is because part of how I was telling you how I'm Métis and I'm trying to discover, I feel like it's time for me to focus on the positives about the culture and what is so positive about my life with that ancestry, because I kind of feel like I've had many years of dealing with the negative sides. And there's a lot of intergenerational trauma in my family. And I know that stems from the past. And I know these are cycles that are hard to be broken. I feel like I'm finally starting to break that cycle. But there was sexual abuse in my family in my childhood. There's alcoholism, there's drug use, there's cancer, stroke, a lot of strokes, heart disease. It's like this intergenerational trauma that I'm dealing with every day. I'm ready to get through that part of me and move on to the good stuff, because there's so many good things from this ancestry that I feel the way I approach my teaching. I feel it's a pull from my culture. I feel like my ability to be so left wing and care more for the greater good than individualistic things, I feel comes from my heritage. I feel like I love how there's different voices to be heard before making decisions. All of this I absolutely love. So this scene kind of is me working my way through the creepiness that I may have felt through some men in my life. And so I was trying to channel some of that. So it just deals with the mother in this scene had just been hurt terribly before this scene starts. So she's resting and getting some rest and off in a bedroom. Well, the daughter, her 15-year-old, is in the room with this man. The blizzard's kind of getting worse, and he just kind of won't leave. So that feeling of feeling trapped. So reading a screenplay is a bit different. So I hope it makes sense. I'll try to either just hopefully you can get the flow of who's talking. And when I don't think so, I might just insert their name. Because when you see a script, it's like, it's formatted so that you have breaks. And whenever someone talks, it indents. So it's going to be a bit of a weird read, but I'll try. So I'm just checking at my time here. So we're in the living room. Alan leans his snowshoes against the wall, then plunks his backpack next to Rayanne. He pulls out a camouflage canteen of water and a smaller kerosene heater. He places them on the floor near Rayanne's chair. The two of them are quiet for a while until Rayanne. So you just happen to be out on your snowshoes. Alan, I felt compelled to check on you two. The blizzard's all over the news. It's unprecedented. Rayanne nods. Do you know what that means? Unprecedented? Rayanne, never been experienced? Alan smiles. Smart, too. Rayanne looks away. Rayanne, where'd you park? Alan brushes her off. You're not familiar with the area. Rand changes the subject. So do you own this whole place? Yep. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Nope. I'm my family. You? Rand shakes her head no. Just my parents and my aunt, I guess. Alan, not to pry, but judging by your mum's financial woes, I'm guessing the family business was handed down to your aunt. No, it was sold to pay for their father's cancer treatments. Your grandfather. Well, I don't call him that. Mom's mom never let us meet. She disowned Mom when she met Dad. Alan, now she's a woman of virtue. Rand shrugs. Alan shuffles closer to Rand's chair. Nowhere else to sit. He giggles. Rand eyes the lawn chair to her left. Alan stares at her. I can't believe how much you look like your mother when she was your age. What are you, 16? Almost. Yeah. He gets lost in thought. Want to hear a secret? Rand shakes her head no, while Alan leans in anyway, his chest right up against her feet. I had a huge crush on her. Rand shrugs. I'd be in such a rush to get back here after church. I actually tipped Mother's coffee all over her on purpose once. Alan laughs and holds his index finger to his lips. I'd whip open our curtains to watch her. Alan shakes his head and laughs. Rand wants space. With her toes, she pushes Alan away, and he reacts. Oh, what have we got here? He lifts up the end of her blanket, exposes her bare toes. He shakes her big toe. This little piggy went to the market. Rand pulls back. Alan takes her next toe in his thumb and forefinger. This little piggy stayed home. Please don't touch me. Then her next toe. This little piggy had roast beef. Rand swats his hand away. Alan is undeterred. And this little piggy had none. Rand kicks him. Alan grabs her foot hard. And this little piggy, and then the scene goes on. And that's just part of the script. And I think what I was channeling there is I was trying to think of how to capture the innocence of a 15-year-old, but also the extreme creepiness of someone who's supposed to be more appropriate around you. And I think through that, I was channeling some of my own scenarios and situations with men in my life who were inappropriate, and channeling some of the feelings I had from my childhood. So needless to say, that script is now just there. That's the weird thing that happens when you're writing specs. You have 13 of them in this proverbial drawer somewhere, and nothing's happening with them. But I do think something happened to me when I wrote it, and that's possibly what's more important. So what happened after I wrote that is, again, the depression. So it was very real. I was working, having a really hard time teaching. I found I lost a lot of motivation, and I didn't know what to do. So I just buried my head, went back into teaching full time and tried to be the best teacher I could be. And I thought, you know what? Maybe writing isn't for me. Maybe this is crazy. I'm probably not good enough, because if I were, it probably would have happened by now. And it was this whole internal dialogue, really harsh dialogue that I'm sure a lot of us have felt. And I just felt, I was at my age, in my early 40s, and I thought, this is done. I can't do this anymore. Why am I doing this? I should be perfectly content being a teacher. I get good feedback as a teacher. The kids seem happy. The parents seem happy. My administration seems happy. Why can't I just be fine with this? So I pretended that I was. But at the same time, I was extremely depressed. So I obviously was ignoring this call, ignoring this part of me. And so then what happened was I decided, to refocus on my goal. Why do I write? Because I think when that script got so close to being optioned, I lost focus of why I write. I think I write because I need to. I write because it's cathartic. I write because it's a part of me releasing on the page. It's making sense of what's going on in my head. I've learned through therapy that I'm a dissociative person, so I'm often off in the clouds, not really paying attention to the present. I'm trying to work things out in my head. So writing for me is a form of therapy. And if I ever get to a point where I can give back to communities, I fully intend to take in groups of at-risk teens or kids. Particularly, I'd like to work with kids of Métis or Indigenous descent and take them in and teach them how writing can be so powerful and such great therapy. So that's like, as an aside, that's my goal. If I ever am afforded the chance to do something with this. So what happened was I figured out writing is catharsis. Writing is cathartic for me. It's a way for me to get it out. And also, all I really want is to do what I did when I was a kid and make someone cry or make someone laugh or make someone feel something. So then I thought, maybe screenwriting is too big right now, because in order for a script to come to life, you have to get a team of like 100 people ready to put in a year of their life, millions of dollars. So then I thought, I'm going to try a novel. So I tried my very first novel, and it was a story about a young girl who suffered great trauma when she was younger. And here she is and all she wants to do is turn 16, get through high school, and somehow manage her very first crush, which is totally blowing her mind because she spent her whole life being guarded and trying not to love things for fear of getting hurt. So I wrote this story with only the intention of self-publishing it, maybe getting some people to read it and getting them to like it. And this is the story that is my first novel that's coming out in May. A publishing group, DCB, which is a subsidiary of Cormorant Books in Toronto, Ontario, they picked it up and they love it just as much as me. And that was a crazy feeling to know that someone's publishing this book. They're going through all the work, the marketing, the editing, the publishing, the printing, the advance. Believing in your book is an incredible feeling for something that was totally intended as catharsis for me, and me just hoping someone would appreciate the story. So that's how my first novel came to be. It's a young adult book, and I'm going to read one bit to you because I'm going a little bit late. So sorry, I'll read a little bit of this story, and then I think Nathan's going to open the floor to any questions that you have. So let me I kind of set the stage. Missy she's turning 16. She's had that trauma in her past. It's called White Lies. The novel is called White Lies because people sometimes with mental illness, what they say out loud is very different from what's going on in their head. And so I decided to call it White Lies. It's kind of like that, how are you doing? I'm fine, when really you're nowhere near fine. So to set this story up, she's going for her very first job interview. So it's a little hard because I'm reading it out loud, but some of the thoughts, some of her dialogue is internal, which hearing it, you might not know, but hopefully you can figure it out. And hopefully I do it justice by my read loud. So I figure a good 4-mile stroll to the KFC should do to work off some of my embarrassment. This is my first job interview ever in my life. With treats threatening push for me to be employed and the looming cost of Ren's store window, I guess I'm glad I applied back when I saw the posting in my school hallway. As I walk, I try to imagine what kinds of questions they're going to ask me. Do you know how to operate a till? Yes, I've watched Ren do it for almost 3 years. Do you know how to give change? Yes, count up, like Ren always does. It's easiest and nearly foolproof. Do you know how to clean? I'll just fake that one. I'm feeling strangely confident with my chances as I make my way to the fast food restaurant for my 3:30 appointment. KFC is half empty at this hour, but it's usually so busy. I head to the washroom first. I'm a bit sweaty from walking here and I need to freshen up. I sniff my pits and react to the onion stench. I palm a mound of soap from its dispenser and wash each pit, careful not to get my shirt wet. I cup my breath to see if I can smell it, and I can, which isn't a good sign. In my desperation, I palm another mound of soap, and just as I shove it in my mouth, a woman comes into the bathroom. She cringes. I turned my head and swished the disgusting suds in, around, and between my teeth, then spit them out. Sorry, I apologize to the stranger for some reason. She ignores me and heads into a stall. I quickly finger comb my hair to try to tame it, then I tuck my shirt in. I glance at my phone. It's 3:15, and I read somewhere that you should try to be 15 minutes early for an interview. You should also try to wear something blue, but I don't have much blue, and you should picture the person who's interviewing you in their underwear. Gross. As I exit the bathroom and round the corner of a wall, smash, right into a little kid carrying a tray of food and drinks. The chicken burgers knock the Cokes, splashing down blotches onto the crotch of my jeans. Watch it, lady, the kid starts crying. His mom shoots me a dirty look before she heads back to the counter as I try desperately to wipe up the mess that's making a modern, misunderstood masterpiece of my middle. As the lady complains to the manager and points at me, I wave and say, I'm here for the 3:30 interview. The manager adjusts her name tag and readies herself across from me at a small table near the entrance. I'm distracted by the people coming in and out of the restaurant, but I try to focus on the task at hand, get this job. I wonder why we're not in an office somewhere at the back. Maybe there isn't an office in fast food restaurants. Maybe there's just the kitchen and probably a staff washroom tucked in the back, or maybe they just used the washroom that I just did, and that's why there are signs everywhere teaching KFC employees how to wash their hands. Melissa? The manager says, rather loudly. Yes? I ask. I asked you how you found out about this posting. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I was just thinking about hand washing. I'm unnecessarily honest. Hand washing? She asks. What about it? You really do it here. The thing is, I know I sound stupid. The manager glances down at my resume and turns the one page over. What kind of experience do you have in the fast food service industry? At school, I say. Oh, you took food and hospitality services at school? Oh no, I mean, I found out about the job posting at school. I clarify. She just looks at me. I was answering your first question, I say. Can you answer my second question? She asks. I have to think for a second. I do not have experience in food service, no, I answer. And that's okay, a lot of new staff don't. We have a really great paid training program that could have you set up before you know it. There's kindness in her eyes, even though she can't help looking at the massive stain on my crotch every now and again. Here at KFC, stellar customer service and teamwork are highest in our mission statement. What do you think you bring to the table on that front? I don't really get along with people. I've never made any team. I'm traditionally more the complainer than the complainee. My mouth starts moving, but nothing comes out until I know how to work a till. The manager blinks. I also know that when one is giving back change, it's best to count up for accuracy and efficiency, I conclude. Well, we have a computerized system, Melissa. It figures out the change for you, she says. Well, it might break down, I suppose. I've been here for 16 years and it hasn't yet. She holds her smile as best as she can. Well, climate change is getting worse. The manager shuffles uncomfortably in her seat. She jots something down on my resume, the way Dr. Tandley does, and starts to say, well, thank you for coming in. She forgets my name and flips to the front. Melissa Bell. Oh, are you related to Timothy Bell? Finally a question I know the right answer to, but I don't want to answer. She waits. Yes, that's my father. She thinks for a few moments to process something. When she looks up at me, her face softens even more than I thought possible. Sometimes people just aren't sure how to answer these questions. Yeah, that's probably it. Melissa, what good qualities would you bring to our team? She appears to be giving me another chance for some reason. I struggle to get air and I feel dizzy. I tap my knees together rapidly, willing some blood to get its ass moving through my body. I take as deep of breaths as I can muster. Why should I hire you? She rephrases the questions as if that's the problem. I stare at her as I try to focus on a color. Melissa, you shouldn't, I shout. A few customers turn their heads. I stand up. Melissa, you would be crazy to hire me. I don't know anything about food beyond ketchup sandwiches these days. I don't know how to talk to people unless I'm talking too much and making them want to disappear. I'll probably eat all of the food that's supposed to be for the customers, and more than likely, I wouldn't wash my hands as intricately as those damn posters. I trip on my chair and struggle to balance. I fall forward onto a table, hit the edge of the tray on it, launch a pop into the air, and watch it as it lands on the lap of that same kid I upset earlier. Get out of here, his mother yells at me. I jog to the door, and just as I open it, Luke is there. Once the shock of our encounter wears off of both of us, his eyes lower to my Picasso pelvic area, and mine notice his somewhat dressy blue outfit. Before he has a chance to say anything to me, I run off. From a distance, I can see that he's inside the restaurant, shaking the hand of the manager. And that's a scene from my book that's being published in May. So I'm sorry I went a little long. That's all I've got.
No worries, no worries. That was fine. We still have time to ask a few questions anyway. I First things first, I would like to say that I think you're a really good speaker. I find you easy to engage with, if that makes sense. The way you structure your conversations, it's one thing into another, and I guess that helps with writing as well. The concept of a cultural mosaic that you mentioned at the very start, Canada, I wanted to ask, do you think it's right to compare Canada to a cultural mosaic based on the fact that a lot of the history is built on hardships, if that makes sense?
It's hard to know what is fair. I'm torn because I'm living in this country that I absolutely love, and I'm proud to live here. And I'm trying to process what we look like from within and what we must look like on the world front. So I do feel like it's definitely threatened. And I do feel like there are a lot of citizens here who are trying to squash that and trying to make it less so. So do I feel like it's still a cultural mosaic? I want to trust that it is and that it can be if the better side wins and if we keep this narrative alive and loud, but I am pretty fearful that it's getting squashed. And yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to make sense of it all. On one hand, I'm super proud of Canada. And on the other hand, if I listen to the wrong narrative and tune into the wrong Twitter feed and go on the wrong rabbit hole, it's also the opposite. So I can only know that my truth is that I want to support that. And as a teacher, if say I've taught 900 kids, I know that those 900 kids are going to be on what I call the good side of history because I'm able to influence them, but I don't know if we have the right people influencing out there.
This is a question from the YouTube chat, I believe. You said that you're still on your own journey. Have you found that reading and writing Indigenous literature has had like a big impact on your life?
Not yet. That's where I'm at in my journey. I'll be completely honest. I've spent so much time teaching and momming and writing that I've yet to get to that peaceful place where I can do more of consuming. I've been on the producing end for so long that I have this yearning to sit back, read, take in, consume what's out there. So no, for myself, I am not there yet. I'm very behind. And that's why I want to get to that before it's too late. I'm discovering all this and learning all this and feeling this comfort at 45 years old. So have I read enough? No. Have I seen enough? Definitely not. Do I want to? Yes. And I feel that that's a good start, but I'd like to be way more of a consumer than a producer if time would afford it.
This question is from the same person, Ellen. Did you feel more connected to your heritage after exploring identity? And if not, do you believe that that's how it will happen?
I do. I feel like there's always been, it's really hard to explain, but like I said, that pull, I know when I've taken some of my students to these Indigenous celebrations, these conferences, I could almost cry because you feel so like at home, but it's very weird because you're at home and you're in this situation, but it's like you haven't fully dived in yet, and you're just kind of on the edge, on the precipice, I guess, of getting in there and figuring out where this feeling comes from, who I am, why I am the way I am. And because I've been leading this narrative like from the trauma, and as I'm going through therapy, I'm learning about why that is so. But I'm really at a point where I want to look at the positives now and discover the beauty of the culture and the beauty of my ancestry, because I'm kind of ready to let go of the trauma and the negative side, and I'm ready to rediscover what this means for my life and how I can move forward more positively.
I also did want to mention that I quite like your concept of the fact that you love making people cry. Me, I have a sort of similar personal philosophy when I'm writing and also acting. I remember when I was doing my drama exam when I was like 16 or something like that, like lower school. I cried in my performance. For the first time, I didn't know I could make myself cry. And I looked up and I saw the audience for a split second, and I saw the audience crying. And since then, I saw and I realized this is what I want to do. I want to make them have the most extreme possible reaction. And I felt that in your writing as well. This little piggy, for example, that made me feel anger, that made me feel disgust. Same way in your new novel that you're writing about, particularly the soap in the mouth. The description of it made me cringe. I could feel the awkwardness in your writing. So I feel like you do that very well.
Thank you.
And I did just want to say that.
Thank you.
Yeah. I am going to follow that up with the same question that I asked Valentina earlier. This conference is called The Land of Hope and Toil. I wanted to ask you, what does that mean to you in particular?
To me, because I was actually thinking about that a lot, and I thought it's a perfect title to describe where Canada is at right now. Also, for me personally, it's really a great way of describing where I'm at right now. I have a lot of trauma, let's just call it that. A lot of things that, could have taken me over and could have made me a very different person. I could have fallen into some substance abuse. I could have fallen into a deep depression that there was no way out of. However, I still maintained and still held on to hope. And I feel like you have to hang on to that. I thought it was hope that killed me when my script fell through, but it was actually hope that helped me get through. So I do feel like regardless of the past trauma that a land or a place or a person can be subjected to, I do feel like there is hope moving forward. But I also believe that it takes a village. And I think that is something very important that comes from my ancestry, this notion that the village raises a person and the village takes care of a person. I absolutely love that. And I feel like that could be one of the most important things, that we need to take care of each other and that we need to help support each other and build each other up. And until that happens, like a person's not an island, and you can't do it on your own. I really, truly believe that you need a village. So I believe there's a lot of hope in that.
I literally just listening to everything that you said, I can see similarities in my life. Like I'm thinking, I feel as if we're very similar people, and we haven't really spoken for long, but I can see myself in what you're saying. We're running out of time though, unfortunately. So genuinely thank you for coming in, and genuinely thank you for speaking. Yeah.
Thanks, Nathan, and good. And I do feel like a lot of writers, a lot of people who choose writing can relate to you and I. So I don't think it's odd that we relate to each other so well. I do find a lot of similarities in the writers I've been meeting. So you're probably called to write and probably can agree with a lot of what I'm saying. And I agree with a lot of what you're saying, because I think writers are a special breed of people who kind of came from the toil and the turmoil, and they find hope in their writing. and creativity.
Thanks. We're gonna go for a break now. So yeah, it should only be 10 minutes, but we'll be back. Welcome back, welcome back. Next up speaking, we have Evan, and he has a little PowerPoint presentation for all of you. So without further ado, I'm just gonna introduce Evan.
Hello, how do you do? Nice to meet you. My name's Evan Jones, and I'm a lecturer in English here in the UK. And I also teach some creative writing as well. And about a little over 10 years ago now, I edited an anthology of Canadian poetry, which you can't see because it's all, I've got the blurry settings on, but that's for the best. It'd be all secretive. I did an anthology of Canadian poetry, which was published in about 2010, I think, and was sort of very parallel reviews all the way through, because my co-editor and I tried to do something a little bit different with poetry, with Canadian poetry. One of the things I found when I left Canada and I moved to the UK was that all of these poets I'd sort of grounded myself in, the sort of names who were familiar in Canada, had no residence outside of Canada. And there's a very famous quote by not Morley Callahan, I'm going to forget the author's name, where he said, you know, you can be sort of world famous in Canada, and that's kind of what most of the writers are in Canada. They're world famous in Canada and have no resonance outside of the country, to the point where that in around 1996, there was the big Los Angeles Book Award. It was wonderful. Alice Munro had a book, you know, for an award, and there was a big article in one of the leading papers in Canada saying, isn't it wonderful, Alice Munro has a book up for the Los Angeles Book Prize, is wonderful, a Canadian on this list, that's great. And someone had to write in and say, could you please look again? There is this woman called Anne Carson, who's at this stage probably the most famous poet living in the language, but back certainly the most influential poet living in the language, but back then was, you know, not known and was not read in Canada because she was living in Montreal but publishing in the US. So there's this tension then between sort of success in Canada and success outside of Canada, the sort of small nation attitude, perhaps. So what I thought I'd do today is I'd read some poems from this anthology and from a few others of some Canadian poets I admire. I think that whatever sense of canon exists now in Canada has completely fallen by the wayside. I think the generations of poets through the 60s, 70s, and 80s tried very hard to create some sort of ideal of Canadian literature, which was mostly free verse, very macho, completely homophobic, and really problematic in retrospect. The big Canadian anthologies, which are called like 15 Canadian Poets, it wasn't until 2001 that Edition came out with any queer poets in it in this. We had people who were influenced by W.H. Auden, we had writers who were available for this, but they just weren't being anthologized. And there really is a sense of the kind of clear homophobia coming out of that. So I'm going to start with the gay poet. This is a gentleman called Daryl Hine, who I was very close with years and years ago. Daryl was born in BC. He left as quickly as he could, mostly because he sort of figured out his ideas, but that he wanted to be a writer and his sexuality, which sort of developed in tandem, and went to Montreal where he met J. McPherson. He started publishing poems, by the way. This is kind of amazing. At the age of 14, so his first poems were appearing in magazines when he was 14, Canadian literary magazines when he was 14. And he left and got away as quick as he could, and he left Montreal as well eventually, traveled Europe, got back to the States, and then remarkably, while he was doing his PhD in Chicago, he met his partner in New York and they moved together to Chicago. While he was doing his PhD, he became editor of Poetry Magazine, the most venerable literary magazine in the United States. So he's a really central figure, and was a central figure, who has not been anthologized. He was last anthologized in the 80s in Margaret Atwood's big anthology. At that time, Atwood only included poems that he wrote while he was living in Canada. So as if you can only be a Canadian poet if you write and live in Canada. This is called Total Immersion. Believe in it? I've seen it done. The gradual baptism of the moon before our eyes in oceanic light. The sign of an eventual confirmation when moonlight will become a general condition, like love or the imagination. Not only seen but known. A phosphorescent tide in life and limb, the breathing bosom of the starry night, the splendor and communion of the scene, a sea of fire in which we naked swim. When Daryl started to become a writer, he was in touch with a woman named J. McPherson. Jay was a student of Northrop Frye's and later a lecturer alongside him at the University of Toronto. They were very close and certainly very close colleagues and friends. She published a book. So when I was a kid, there was a book by J. McPherson that everybody read in high school called The Four Ages of Man, which was sort of like a sort of collection of myths explaining how myths work and things like that. So back when people still studied kind of foundational stories and foundational myths, J. McPherson had the textbook on this. She also published 2 books of poems in her lifetime, 2 very slim books of poems, both of which are collected in one edition now, and I believe it's still in print with University of Toronto Press. And she was a real kind of wonder in her own right. When I contacted her a couple of years ago to ask if we could reprint the poems, she sort of hemmed and hawed and was quite sort of humorous about responding to this. Nobody reads me anymore, that kind of thing. And I was trying to assure her, no, plenty of people do read her, in fact. And sadly, I wrote her to ask if I could interview her for a magazine in the UK. And she wrote back and said, "You're too late. I'm dying." And that was the last I heard from her. This is called Ordinary People in the Last Days. My mother was taken up to heaven in a pink cloud. She was talking to a friend on the telephone when we saw her depart through the ceiling, still murmuring about the bridge. My father prophesied. He looked out from behind his newspaper and said, "Johnny Boy will win the Derby." The odds were against 15 to 1, and he won. The unicorn yielded to my sweetheart. She was giggling with some girls when the unicorn walked carefully up to her and laid his head in her lap. The white bull ran away with my sister. My father sent me to find her, but the oracle maundered on about a dove descended on my brother. He was working in the garden when the air became too bright for comfort and the glory of the birds scorched his roses. A mouse ran away in my wainscot. I study all day and pray all night. My God, send me a sign of thy coming, or let me die. My mother was taken up to heaven in a pink cloud. Father prophesied. The unicorn yielded to my sweetheart. The white bull ran away with my sister. The dove descended on my brother, and a mouse ran away in my wainscot. I don't know who reads what. I've been thinking about this a lot lately. I don't know what sort of sense of canon exists even in Canada. If you talk to a contemporary poet, who they trace themselves back to. And in some ways, I think this is sort of international in a sense that people are sort of really re-examining the 20th century in a major way, re-examining notions of canon, re-examining notions of construction of identity, especially, and how they trace themselves back. And it is very much, I think, a case now that it's individual, which might explain why when you buy those big Norton poetry anthologies, they have to be thousands of pages long. You can't just have a few figures. You've got to have everyone if you're really going to trace or get any sense of what happened. But this almost makes things unreadable. It's a doorstopper more than anything. So I don't know who still reads Margaret Avison, other than me, perhaps. I know a few friends who do as well. But Margaret Avison was a major poet who passed away about 15 years ago now. Winner of the Griffin Prize and the Governor General's Award in Canada multiple times, and a really major figure. The last time I heard her discussed kind of critically interesting was by August Kleinzahler, who was a great fan of her work. And she was someone, too, who tried to help younger poets in a major way and support them, and who lived in Toronto all her life, kind of quietly writing poems. This is called Birthday. Saturday, I ran to Mytilene. Bushes and grass along the glass still way were all dabbled with rain, and the road reeled with shrouded skies. Towards noon, an inky, petulant wind raveled the pools and rinsed the black grass around them. Gulls were up late in the afternoon, and the air gleamed and billowed and broadcast flung astringent spray, all swordy silver. I saw the hills lie brown and vast and passive. The men of Mytilene waited restive until the yellow melt of sun. I shouted out my news as I sped towards them, that all rejoicing could go down to dark. All nests, with all moist, downy young, blinking and gulping daylight, and all lambs forebraced in straw, shivering and mild, and the first blood root up from the ravaged beaches of the old equinox, and frangible robins blue teethed right around to the sun. These first we loudly hymned, and then the hour of Genesis, when first the moody firmament swam out of Arctic chaos, orbed solidly as the huge frame for this cramped little swaddled creature's coming forth to slowly, foolishly, marvelously discover a unique estate, held wrapped, away from all men else, which to embrace our world would have to stretch and swell with strangeness. This made us smile and laugh at last. There was rejoicing all night long in Mytilene. I think what I admire most about Canadian poets, or most about the Canadian poets that I admire, is those who manage somehow to write out from Canada, who don't just hit the Canadian ideal of what a writer should be, but somehow hit an international readership, an international voice. And a good example of this is Annie Baer. One of the struggles with anthologizing Canadian poetry is to figure out how French Canadian poetry fits in. So when my co-editor and I put this anthology together, we knew it was for an English language audience. We understood that, but nonetheless, there were many before the 70s. Really, Canadian anthologies of poetry were bilingual. A.J.M. Smith's anthologies are bilingual. That is, there are French Canadian poets and English language poets, and that's told me a lot more about our tradition and also about what had changed. So that by Margaret Atwood's 1980 anthology of Canadian poetry, published by Oxford University Press, the bilingualism was gone. And there is no translation, there's no connection, and there's no communication really at that stage between what's happening in English language poetry and French language poetry. So despite the sort of notion of connection and multiculturalness and those kinds of things, there's also a real disconnect there. I was sort of thrilled then to find, when I was reading the English poet Geoffrey Hill, who just passed away a few years ago, he calls it an imitation of a poem by Annie Baer. So Annie Baer was a major literary figure, both a novelist and a poet. I like her novels. I like her poems more. This is Geoffrey Hill, pardon me, doing Annie Baer, The Oath. After Annie Baer, Les Offenses. By order of hunger, the starving stood in line. By dint of wrath, the traitors were arraigned. By virtue of conscience, the judges came to trial. By scale of offense, the injured lay. The crucified made their mark, the final wretched, the dumb possessed the barricades en masse. Their speechless cry defiantly proclaimed the oath, took arms against them on the street on street. Its standards were the heavy rods of charge. In lieu of words, the one word fire blazed from its heart. I don't know if you've been discussing it all, sort of the sort of separate traditions between English language Canada and French language Canada, but there's a clear split. It's kind of it's very maddening actually, and a lot of Patrick McGuinness wrote about this in the TLS I think a few years ago. That really there's no connection, there's no communication, which seems ridiculous. So when we released our anthology of Canadian poetry, I wanted translations in there, and not one reviewer in Canada liked this idea. Everyone was very frustrated by the idea that we included translations, and there are translations of the French Canadian poet Émile Nelligan, there are translations of Annie Baer in the anthology, and there are translations of a poet called Hector de Saint-Denis Garneau, a major, shocking sort of figure, a sort of Rimbaud figure who took his own life many decades ago. He was just in his 30s at the time. And he was also Annie Baer's cousin, kind of remarkably enough, and influenced her to go into writing. I don't know, similarly, who has read the works of Hector de Saint-Denis Garneau in English, but the poems are remarkable. There's an edition long since out of print, translated by the Canadian poet John Glasgow, who is also a very good poet in his own, sort of a very famous figure, mostly because he wrote a memoir about that called That Summer in Paris, I think, where he spent time with Hemingway and various others in Paris and then kind of got tired and came home. But he also did this remarkable translation. So this is Hector de Saint-Denis Garneau. So this is a Canadian poem. Apropos de cet enfant. With reference to this child who didn't want to die and whose likeness, at least we cherished, like a framed picture in the drawing room, we could have been wildly mistaken about him. Perhaps he was not made for the high priesthood as we had thought. Perhaps he was only a child like any other child, and only high beside our lowliness, and only luminous beside our darkness, with nothing at all. Let's bury him, picture frame and all. He has led us here like a squirrel that loses us in the woods, and our care and cunning were wasted in scanning the underbrush. Our eyes were tired of trying to mark his leap in the underbrush. And so our whole soul has been fooled as it lay in ambush for his deceitful passage. We thought to find a whole new world by the light of his eyes. We thought he would lead us back to the lost paradise. But now let's bury him, or the frame and the likeness at least, and all the abortive paths we beat as we pursued him, and all the inviting traps we laid to catch him. In any other tradition, A.M. Klein would be a major figure. I believe he is a major figure, and yet someone whose legacy has very much disappeared at this date. He published internationally. He was well recognized. His letters with, I'm going to forget his name, but the publisher at New Directions, who set up the publishing house, are sort of remarkable and important. And he was a major figure who more or less disappeared. There's a great quote in one of the sort of critical studies of his work where it says he was the sort of, as Canadians go, a kind of outsider figure. Among the French Canadians, he was a Jew. Among the poets, he was a lawyer. There was no sense in which he could kind of connect to what was happening. And yet what came out of that is a remarkable body of work. He was the lawyer for the Bronfman family, which is a very sort of wealthy Canadian family. They made their money during the evading liquor laws, transporting liquor into the US in the 1920s. And he was their lawyer, kind of remarkable enough. So you can imagine he was quite busy. And they really did abuse him as lawyers go. He wrote some beautiful, remarkable poems. And Robin Sara told me once that she had the sense that it was all a Hebrew poet in English, which strikes me as a sort of uniquely hybrid space to be in. I wish there were more poets who are trying to be kind of, their original nationality, but writing in English. Heirloom. My father bequeathed me no wide estates. No keys and ledgers were my heritage. Only some holy books with Yarzite dates, writ mournfully upon a blank front page. Books of the Baal Shem Tov and of his wonders. Pamphlets anent the devil and his crew. Prayers against road demons, witches, thunders, and sundry other tomes for a good Jew. Beautiful, though no pictures on them, save the scorpion crawling on a printed track, the Virgin floating on a scriptural wave, square letters twinkling in the zodiac. The snuff left on this page, now brown and old, the tallow stains of midnight liturgy. These are my coat of arms, and these unfold my noble lineage, my proud ancestry. And my tears, too, have stained this heirloomed ground. When reading in these treaties some weird miracle, I turned a leaf and found a white hair fallen from my father's beard. These aren't in any particular order, by the way. I'm just, as I was sort of thinking and putting things together. Daniel David Moses was a registered Delaware Indian who very sadly passed in 2020. And I liked his poems very much, especially his first book, which I know that he wrote while he was working on his MA at UBC under the tutelage of Robert Bringhurst. I think you can see some of Bringhurst's influence on his writing. One of the things that affected me deeply while working on an anthology of Canadian poetry was reading an anthology of New Zealand poetry, which was published by Carcanet in 2008 or 2009. And one of the most remarkable things about that anthology, reading it, was that it was very clear that Indigenous culture and Indigenous writing had been adapted and absorbed into the literature more coherently and earlier than it had in Canada. I couldn't get a sense, really. I mean, you've got all sorts of poems about men going out into the bush and roughing it and that kind of thing, and women. There was a pun in that. If anybody really studies Canadian literature, you'll get it, but never mind. But Native literature, or Indigenous literature in Canada, hasn't been, not absorbed, that's the wrong way to put it, but brought into the discussion strongly enough. And certainly it belongs in its own discussion at this stage. I think that's very clear. So one of the things I really wanted to do with this book was to sort of connect very clearly to Indigenous writers. And Daniel David Moses, at the time when we were editing this, was that poet for me. I knew him, we met a couple times, and I really wanted him to produce a collected poems or selected poems It was probably about a decade ago I last saw him, but and then he died in 2020. So that hasn't happened, unfortunately. I hope someone is working on that or working with his estate towards that. But he also he became a playwright, and that was kind of his major role. And I think even when I met him, he was thinking of himself more as a playwright than as a poet. Grandmother of the glacier. The ice field she had in her head started sliding the instant she died. Was murdered, would be more precise. Would also explain how her corpse became this high and open ravine. But who's got the wit to split words when that ice is coming at us? The world can't ever again be that room we sat in a circle in, the mainland rain hard on a window as we listened to her, trying to explain about words. Winter, she grinned. That's the constant thought behind all our words. In Canada, we can never forget the edge on the wind, but the edge on a knife cut in, cutting off more than her words. So now it's hard to remember how that edge and this cold thought grinding down out of her head ever seemed separate. Now they're a mouth that bites off and chews, and it's getting so close that breath flakes like snow. So we go mute too, that mouth edge so red that words drop from our own lips like stones. None is as finished as those of hers that fell into our hands. For the stars now are shards of ice. They too are cutting in. There's no time for her method to split and polish words against our own skin. Is that how hers got so coarse she could embrace and contain not only the stars, but the rest of this freeze? Her body's been swallowed. Ours may be next. But even though we throw them in, her words keep surfacing. May ours too be heard from again, edging some terminal moraine. That's just a beautiful poem. I'm going to slip out of anthologies that I've edited and talk about a couple of contemporary poets working in Canada now who very much interest me. Attucks on Palaces, which I'll read just shortly, was just recently, it's just published, I think a month and a half ago, in the UK in Poetry Review. Nyla herself was born in Ottawa, I believe. I'm going to get this wrong and she'll find out and destroy me. But she was born in Ottawa, I believe. Has lived in Toronto for the last 15 or 20 years and is now based in Montreal. What's remarkable about Nyla is that she's a civil servant. She doesn't have a creative writing degree. One of the many things that's remarkable about her. And she has started to write poetry quite late in life, and she's had 2 books now. I hope a third sooner rather than later. She's a civil servant, kind of amazing enough. So she's not a poet based in a university, which is always an appealing idea. She is of mixed descent. Her father is Palestinian, which helps, I think, to understand what this poem is about. And again, what appeals to me greatly with Nyla is that she's someone in Canada writing out to the world, sending her poems out to magazines internationally, and finding an audience there for them. On Palaces. I may regret abandoning Norman O'Brown's Love's Body. I was reading about patriarchy, the love and death drives, the way Marx and Freud explained them and weaponized such long chains of command, the civilizing discourse against a mission civilisatrice that has excused the killing of millions. I saw the boulevards lined with linden trees designed with great zeal by that capricious actor who applied himself with such fervor as the Marquise von O's lover, his assurances that new projects were in the offing and complete, proven highly successful. Baudrillard claimed the horror of dying in the World Trade Center towers no worse than having to go to work in them every day. The owners of the Al Amawi Eastern and Western palaces demolished them during the British Mandate. The Rabah Effendi Al Husseini Palace was turned into the American Colony Hotel. The palace of Salim bin Hussein Al Husseini became the Dar Al Tifl Al Arabi, the house of Arab children, where the orphans of Deir Yassin, the only massacre documented in Time magazine, came to live. Al-Mufti Tahir Al-Husseini Palace, established by the son of the Mufti of Jerusalem, became a cultural venue. The chairman of the Education Council, Ismail Haki Al-Husseini, built the Oriental House Palace in 1897. It hosted Wilhelm II, Emperor of Germany and King of Prussia, and his wife, Augusta Victoria. It hosted King Abdullah and Prince Saeed of Saudi Arabia, Haile Selassie, Emperor of Ethiopia, and his wife, Empress Menan, after their exile. It was the funeral site of many martyrs of 1948. It was a hotel. It housed the United Nations Relief Works Agency, then the Palestinian Liberation Organization, and was eventually pillaged by the occupier of its 17,000 books in both English and Arabic, dozens of periodicals, and the private papers of Musa al-Alami, the documents of the Arab Higher Committee of the Palestinian Army, Al-Jihad al-Muqaddas, and others. Pictures and private notes, glass negatives of the Ottoman period, and a fine collection of family photographs. What I really like about Naila is that nobody else sounds like that. Nobody else is making that kind of direct argument either. Another younger contemporary poet that I'm very interested in is Michael Pryor. Michael was born in BC, I believe, is of mixed Japanese heritage, and lives and works in the US, but sort of commutes back and forth to Canada. I think he's at Macalester College in the US. And I just found this lovely poem of his that I've always liked, and I thought I'd give this one a read. It's called simply New Year. I've resolved last year's resolutions, watching our fail to flame. I've ignored December's iterations, unsolved my constellations. A card, a call, a paper crane's blameless fractions of the same. I can't solve for time's absolutions, watching these embers fail to flame. So I'm going to read some of my own poems in just a second, which I hope is all right. I hope you aren't sort of poetry. Please say I could at least do some jumping jacks, I guess. But before that, I want to read a poem by Robin Sara. Robin has lived in Montreal most of her life. A good part of her life was a teacher of music there for many years, and really is a remarkable figure. She just published a memoir, The Poems, and I teach a contemporary poetry class here at the University of Bolton, and on that module, I do a session on Canadian poetry, and we look at some of Robin Sara's poems, and then I send the students out to find poems that they might work through on their projects and essays and things like that. And they always come back with this particular poem. It's very short. It's 14 lines long. It's a Petrarchan sonnet, if that appeals to anyone. And it's called On Closing the Apartment of My Grandparents of Blessed Memory. It is a feeling I think many of us will recognize or have recognized. And then I stood for the last time in that room. The key was in my hand. I held my ground and listened to the quiet that was like a sound, and saw how the long sun of winter afternoon fell slatwise on the floorboards, making bloom the grain in the blonde wood. All that they owned was once contained here. At the window moaned a splinter of wind. I would be going soon. I would be going soon. But first I stood, hearing the years turn in that emptied place whose fullness echoed, whose familiar smell of a tranquil life lived simply, clung like a mood or a long-loved melody there, a lingering grace. And I locked up and rang the janitor's bell. So I don't know what to say about Canadian poetry in general. I think the canon at this stage comes down to the particular. You're going to go writer by writer. You're going to find Anne Carson or whoever you like and try and trace them back. And the difficulty is that sometimes you can trace that to some Canadian writers, and sometimes you'll chase that to American, British writers, and there isn't a clear connection. I think in a lot of senses, poets have to deal with Whit, and they have to deal with Dickinson, depending on who they're going back to. There's a sense there, paths, divergent paths, nonetheless. I do find the further back we go, the more we agree. When you get to words where you either like or don't like words, you get to each other, but you see their place in the canon, perhaps. Whereas the closer we get, to the contemporary, it's harder and harder sort of agree on a common theme, a common canon. I'm going to read just one of my poems. It's a longer poem. So I'm a hybrid Canadian at best. I don't quite know where I fit in these days. I haven't been to Canada in 2 years because of COVID, which is deeply upsetting to me, and I'm hoping I'll get there this Christmas, but that is looking threatened at the moment. My poems are very much interested in connecting to my own ideas of identity, which brings me to Greekness. My father was born in the north of Greece. My mother's family came via Ellis Island to Canada in the 1920s. My own name has been, I say, anglicized. I'm in Canada, but everyone here thinks I'm Welsh with a name like Evan Jones. So my own name has been changed. And I mean, immigrants have this happen all the time, right? You get to a new country and they, oh, nobody can say that name. You should just be John, you know, oh, thanks. My uncle, who was a civil servant in Guelph, Waterloo, sorry, about an hour out of Toronto. I'll never forget this. His name was Evangelos Borovilos, which Evangelos, right? Like Angelo, like the most glorious name you can imagine. His office door as a civil servant said Andy Brown. Like if you can get sort of more depressing than Andy Brown, I don't know how, but that's kind of how people reacted to this kind of thing. So I'm very interested in my Greek roots. My parents taught me to speak Greek at a young age, so our first language in the house was Greek, but then realized that I couldn't talk to anybody else on the street, so they kind of gave up on that. So late in life, in my 20s, I went back and started to learn Greek. And I've been a translator of modern Greek literature into English. And this is a real interest for me. And one of the reasons I feel I left Canada was because there wasn't really a space for me to be as Greek as I wanted to be, if that makes sense, which sounds sort of weird, but that's really what I mean. There wasn't the space for me to be a translator. There was no publishing house that would be interested in me translating Greek literature. You either translated French Canadian literature, or what was the point, right? So there's real tensions there. So I'm going to read, I have what I would call a Mediterranean imagination. That is, the entirety of the Mediterranean appeals to me greatly, and as a sort of a foundational point and a starting point. So I'm going to read a poem. It's a bit long, but it's called Plutarch to his wife. And it's based on, if you know, the moralist Plutarch, who wrote a book called Parallel Lives, on which a number of Shakespeare's plays are based. Plutarch actually wrote a letter to his wife after their daughter died, very suddenly while he was traveling. Plutarch to his wife. Having missed the road to Athens, the messengers arrived at Tanagra, where they told me about our daughter. I've eaten some. The locals make decent bread. The weather is temperate and kind. I walked along the beach a stretch before beginning. A Corinthian brought wine as the sun went down and smiled, pouring it into my bowl with a lively eagerness that took me back to a moment in Rome years ago, sitting with a friend when a calmness overcame me. I was surprised then, as I am now, an unsuitable and unhelpful sensation that I found myself welcoming, huddled over the resolve of your letter. Listening, my amanuensis, Petrus, writes as I drink. Scratch that, start again. Yes, he will. He pens the words but ignores them. I try to treat him well. My fellow Greek is educated, speaks 4 languages, holds on to his family, and travels wherever I go, leptis magna to magna gracia. He will inherit when I die, receiving a home and garden, fields, the space to make his own of what he will and can. We have dined at the same table, talked and prayed. He knows the map of the world and has seen what I have seen these past few years. A remarkable man who in any circumstances might ask, questioning my words, who was the emperor then? How many members of the Areopagus? In what way was Sabinus the Gaul involved? I encourage his inquisitiveness, though tonight he remains silent and does not look up as I say these things. His mathematics are strong. I formulated once, so I'm losing track of my thoughts. The life of Petros, which you know, wise woman and wife, the closeness of 2 people traveling, the costs of travel beyond fortune, the distance from home and family. I can see not too far off the outline of our closeness and the ways in which that fades, unfurling us so gently in the wind one's eyes are closed, and soon enough another leaves, and what little happiness there was separates and weighs on the living rest. Life is made thin, and there is so much in the grave past and graver future. Musicians, songs of the sea interrupt the ache of helplessness. Knowing the Corinthian can offer this, I wanted, though his timeliness is inappropriate within my loss, your loss, the small joys and eases of the heart. The people here are nice. What is more, they seem to recognize in me someone who will welcome the hours stolen away through their efforts, because I'm trying to see through this. They do not, the musicians I mean, they do not come here from Rome or Athens. Tanagra is a provincial town, and the locals are local such that they claim to have cousins as far as Sicily. The Corinthian really isn't. Born there, but with less title than from that city than I might have. Overhearing a conversation between friends, listening in to pick up their accent and delivery, a sort of boorish teenager who seeks to set himself up with a trade and identity, but lacking in either, no apprenticeship, no skills, but willpower pushing him forward. I understand the appeal, but not the urgency. Pretending is a formality. Better the voice, I suppose, a reward for accomplishment, and not the accomplishment itself. From where is the reward? What is accomplished? I've been asking and hear no answers. That is not the way to address the question, I know, yet an unfoundedness is acceptable in inquiry and understanding. Learning from imperfect teachers, children fill the hollow until they might themselves entertain to read and learn, becoming imperfect in their own right. Then exile or death, one or the other. The former puts off the latter, but the body is laid to rest always. The child, our child, in the ground. You and I have seen this many times. Asking whether we might reach perfection is problematic. Only the gods are perfect, and in our seeking their heights we fail universally, because every ambition is godlessness on earth. Only poets ever achieve this, and they recognize the cost. Euripides, Aeschylus. My knowledge of the habits of men, mediating between the few and the fewer, started here, as not everyone is after their lives in this fashion. This was a mistake. I realized, unreliable child that she was, late for lunch and dinner, dancing, preoccupied, scratches over her legs, studying unfinished, never sleeping, never tired, not always pleasant, to be fair, but my attachment to her a solid, visible thread, as family and home become wound together. And unwound. My grief has only its limits, the death of a daughter amounting to the pain already present from fear of such a death. Imagining we can be ready for an event when it happens never works, never has. Reality serves to obliterate itself and us alongside. I will hold myself in order for this. The Corinthian and Petrus offered sympathies, of course. They are generous men. Something one can hear in their voices, solitary amid the din, a rare find, an ability, confiding their own memories and worries. But I feel alone for the moment. The ghosts of ancestors departed and freeing me to take on the future. That would be a change, wouldn't it? I have always lived in the past, an insult I once thought, where I sought the benefit of going over what others would ignore, quickening their pace beyond what love obliges that I recover. And our daughter. The wine is strong and good. It brings the space for these words to retire with grace. To Maxina, I will always love you, daughter and wife of the same name. Our family will thrive, it always has, for thriving is common, easy as earning money. Attending to old family, new family, children and parents, we have known them and lost, the feelings unfocused, but pure in their intentions. When my father turned the page and couldn't remember the house he lived in, we cared as best we could, and the daughters and sons, born and unborn, knew they were loved. Deliberating and choosing not this life, but the next is fine, really, just fine. I am cold. The wine. Petrus looks worried. The letter, begun in haste, is always mishandled. The concerns and the revelations of immortality and not mortality are where our hopes must remain. Petrus, I will start again. Having missed the road to Athens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really enjoyed everything that you had to say, to be honest. I thought it was really insightful, and I appreciate that you came with a range of poems, a range of like pieces of text which can be explored. I wanted to ask you, do you feel like your writing has enabled you to connect more with your own heritage, or did you, or was your heritage something that you always felt pride for? And is it your heritage that helps you write, or the writing that helps you get in touch with your heritage?
That's a lovely question. I'm trying to think of the best way to put that. So as a kid, when you have a background, like when your parents tell you you're Greek, you go to school and then someone goes, well, this is a Greek myth, right? Or this comes to us from the ancient Greeks. And so you go, oh, that's me. Now, of course, it's not me at all. I realize that now. But as a kid, you sort of keep hearing that. And so as a child, I think I was always sort of identifying in this way and sort of picking and choosing those things that I wanted. And I think kids do this around the world. My niece and nephew are half Greek, half Jamaican, and sure enough, if there's a Jamaican a game on, right? Jamaican, that's me. I'll watch the team that's playing from Jamaica, right? I'll root for them because that's part of my identity. And so there's something kind of childish in that, but I think it's an early form of kind of nationalism, isn't it? But of course, it can't be nationalism because you're not in that country anymore, right? Like I was not in Greece, I'm not Greek, and so it starts out as kind of an immature way of building identity, perhaps as a young person. Where that develops is the choice. So I went back and I decided I wanted to learn Greek. I knew I was going to be a writer, and in my third or fourth year, I had some profs who were sort of very encouraging of me doing this and pushing me in this direction. And what it meant too was that, unlike a lot of my colleagues at uni, they didn't have much to say, right? Because they weren't I was suddenly being encouraged to talk about my family and my history, and all sorts of so the way in which family and history are connected and that kind of thing. And colleagues, friends who weren't into that, they had nothing to say, weirdly enough. So my writing was suddenly getting better and better, and then suddenly I was getting published, sort of telling these kinds of stories in this way. So I think it's mutual is what I'm getting at. It starts off as something quite immature, but it becomes very central.
That makes sense. I like how you sort of touched on the idea that like upbringing and your personal heritage somewhat affects your interests as well. You relate to something, you think, oh, let me read into that because it teaches me more about my culture and my upbringing and all of that. Which is interesting to think about because even now, the texts that you're into, the writing that you like to read could be indirectly based on the fact that you had those interests as a child because of your identity. This is quite a philosophical question here. Do you view identity as a single thing? Do you have a single identity, or do you believe that it's a combination of things that can change?
I'm thinking it through. Yeah, I didn't mean to go silent on you. Or I'm frozen. Maybe I'm frozen. You'll never know. I think that. I think it's different for me as a person than me as a writer. In my own writing, I'm very interested in getting away from my own identity, if that makes sense. Even though I know that I explore things that I'm interested in as a normal person, I get into them and I try to get away from my own identity, if that makes sense. Which is why I very much like to use other voices and as many voices as possible when I'm writing. I can't, I'm not particularly interested in my own life, and I don't think my own life would be interesting for anybody to read about. So I talk about, historical figures or mythological figures, that kind of thing, and retell those stories. There are plenty of poets who write from their own life and who give you a whole, a remarkable poem about sitting down at the pub and having a pint. But for me, that's the most dreadful thing. I don't want to read anybody talking about having a pint at the pub. There's more interesting things to read about, clearly. So as a writer, I'm looking for as varifold as possible. There's that lovely line by Frank O'Hara where he says, grace to be born and live as variously as possible. And I think that's really important. And it's particularly important for me because, I'm a Canadian who lives in Manchester who translates Greek poetry. Like I don't know how I'm not easy to define in this way, but then nobody's easy to define realistically. Once you start talking to anyone, no matter how simple they think their identity is, you start talking to them and you realize, no, there's much more depth there.
Out of every poem that you presented, if there was somebody that came up to you and said, I want to learn about the identity of a Canadian writer, what does it mean to be Canadian, which one would you show? Is there a particular favorite or one that you believe is more insightful than the rest?
I think if someone wanted to know to learn about Canadian identity from a Canadian poet, so Nyla Matuk, I'm going to say Nyla because she just published a book a couple years ago called Resisting Canada. And it's all about sort of resisting the idea of Canadian identity, resisting that sort of tradition of whatever Canadian nationalism it is. And it's all poets in that book who just sort of come at and sort of attack Canada. There's a great many Indigenous poets, for instance, in that text. There's a great many poets of color, all of whom sort of, the traditional narrative of Canada is multicultural, but we have crimes, we have police roughing people up too, like that stuff exists. It's not like we're this kind of paradise north of the US there. We're different. And our traditions are different, and we don't have guns on the streets in the same way, but we still have guns on the streets. Like it's there. So I think if I was going to do it, I would say, go on the attack and have a look at Nyla Matuk's anthology, Resisting Canada.
Okay. That's definitely interesting as well. I want to ask you, would you describe Canada as an inclusive country?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? So yes, in the sense that there's a great many people of a great many backgrounds living there. And I can tell you, if for instance, if you know anything about the history of slavery in the US, you know that there was this thing called the Underground Railroad, right? And there were a great many African slaves who were escaping to Canada. Okay, and so Canada was this kind of dream place to get to. There were, of course, even though slavery was not, was illegal in Canada, there were, of course, people who were angry about slaves arriving and showing up on their doorstep and claiming property and things like that. And there was a reaction and violence in that as well. That part of the story is usually left out, right? We just like the nice, like the nice image of Canada. So I think the easy. I do think Canada's inclusive. I think it needs to be more accepting of what it's inclusive. More understanding of what in the past it has been inclusive of and not inclusive of. And this is very much in the news at the moment because, of course, they were finding all of these residential schools that have bodies in the basement, which is absolutely terrifying. I don't know if you've heard about this, but so residential schools were set up for Indigenous peoples, and basically you'd get a knock on your door from someone from the Catholic Church who would say, you're an Indigenous person, you can't raise your kids as well as we can because you're so poor, so send us your kids. And once they got to the Catholic school, they weren't allowed to speak their native languages. They weren't allowed to eat the traditional foods and the things their parents were cooking for them. They had to dress in a certain way. They couldn't, be themselves at all. And often they were beaten, and now it turns out many of them were killed. Right. And so it's absolutely, and it's sort of more horrifying than that. And there hasn't been a comment on this. They've just found. I think I'm not good with numbers, but they found the remains of a residential school and hundreds of bodies in the basement of this place. And the government of Canada hasn't said anything. So inclusive, but if it's going to be inclusive, it has to do better.
Okay. I'm intrigued to know, what was it that made you come here today? Obviously, we approached you, we spoke to you. What was it? What about this whole conference inspired you, or why do you feel the need to come here and speak to people about this?
That's lovely. So I got an email from Nick, and I read the description and I read the kind of discussion, and I thought, oh God, they don't know who I am. They don't know that I'm that person who kind of tears down Canadian poetry, and so. But then I sort of looked around and I said, oh, actually, this could be really interesting. I mean, it's so interesting to talk about Canadian poetry with people in the UK, because it's very rare anybody has any sense of Canadian poetry at all. Like sometimes even sort of, more people who read widely might know one Canadian poet. Or worse than that, sometimes, people go, oh, Margaret Atwood, she's American, right? Like they don't differentiate. They don't even know the difference. For you, perhaps, if I can throw a question back to you, what are some of the differences that you think of, sort of popularly, differences between Canada and America?
You know what? That is a very good question. I feel like it's a common thing in the UK where they don't really separate them all that much. Obviously, there's a stereotypes. There's the things that we hear. Okay, we joke about something, we joke about something else. I definitely think there's more positive connotations for Canadians than there are for Americans, personally, from what I've heard. But yeah, no, you raise a completely good point. My knowledge of Canada we don't really take the time to really learn about Canadian history these sides, to be honest. So I'm really glad we managed to get people in and educate people about this, because I've learned so much today.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Having said that, though, so I don't know if this is the same in Nottingham, but in the Northwest, and this is the weirdest thing in the world. If I start talking to someone, they'll go, "You're from Canada." Like, even if I'm in a shop or something, "You're from Canada." Like, how'd you know? My brother-in-law lives in Montreal. My auntie moved to Alberta 25 years ago. Like, everybody in the Northwest has someone in their family who moved to Canada, and they recognize my accent right away. It's kind of amazing.
Yeah, that's funny. I go university in Nottingham. I'm originally from London, and yeah, I know loads of people from London, from back home, that have family over in Canada.
That's funny.
I'm from an area with loads and loads of Sri Lankan Tamils.
Okay.
And I have so many Sri Lankan Tamil friends, and a lot of them are family members living over in Canada. So they tell me about Canadian history here and there, and it's really interesting. But yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of the better part of Canada, isn't it? The sort of word of mouth version of Canada, I quite like. Or someone's got family there and they immigrated there. I mean, Canada is very welcoming in that sense.
Yeah. I'm going to double check to see if we have any more questions from the YouTube chat, because I feel like I've covered quite a lot of the things. I'm just going to give it a second. Right now we have no more questions. I'm just gonna give it 30 seconds or so. But just in case this is the end of everything, I would like to personally thank you, Evan, for showing up today and teaching and speaking about everything. There's one more question I could ask you. I've asked the rest of them. Land of Hope and Toil, what does that mean to you? Is there anything in particular? Do you think it's a fitting name? Does it describe Canada well?
So in the 70s, there was a lot of discussion in Canada of the way in which Canada's identity, and Margaret Atwood writes a lot about this in her book Survival, that Canada was this kind of, all the Canadian history was basically surviving, right? Like the basics of it was just surviving against nature. That was all Canadian literature. Less of that now, perhaps. But how isn't that also very similar to what people saw the U.S. as? That wasn't, arriving in America was land of hope and toil too for a long time, I think. The US is more fragmented now, but Canada's leading that way too. There's a book by Shyam Selvadurai. He made me think of this because you mentioned Sri Lankan Tamils. So he's I think he's Sinhalese, Shyam Selvadurai, and he wrote a book about being gay as a young man before the family moved to Canada, and there is this sense like, family, good news, we're leaving this country and we're going to a better place. And they're America, Canada. Oh, it's like a second choice, So there's that sense, but Canada's a very peaceful place. In comparison to what's happening in the US, even now, even last night, God, with the shooting I was reading about this morning, that isn't the tradition we come from in Canada. So though there are horrific things going on, there's not as many of them. I don't know. God.
Yeah. That seems to be the end of the questions. So yeah, thank you. Just so things stay on schedule, I think we might have a 5-minute break now, and then I'll pass you over to Sara, and she will speak. Oh, Abby. Sorry, it's been a long day, guys. It's been such a long day. But yeah, I'll pass you on to Abby, and everything should be fine. So.
Terrific.
A bit of feedback. Welcome back, everyone. To sort of close up with this sort of section of the conference, I will be passing you guys over to Abby, not Sara. Yeah, sorry about that, by the way. But yeah, I'm passing you over to Abby, and she'll be doing the talk. So yeah.
Hi. So my name's Abigail DeWitt. I'm actually the editor-in-chief for the journal publication this year. And I'm just here kind of to introduce you guys to the journal's actual publication. As you know, at this point, the journal is titled The Land of Hope and Toil. It's a collaborative journal with contributions from students at Nottingham Trent and Kwantlen Polytechnic University. I hope I didn't absolutely butcher that. The title of the journal was actually inspired by the Canadian national anthem, with the original line being, "Thou land of hope for all who toil." Although it's quite clear that this isn't true. Canada is a beacon of hope for many immigrants. However, based on what you've heard today, you know that this transition was not without toil. So the articles included in the journal will argue topics such as what constitutes Canadian literature, what influence does immigration have on Canadian literature, how are immigrants represented in Canadian literature, and so much more. The journal will also include many reviews on Canadian literature and films. So it will actually be published on the 21st of January, 2022, so keep an eye out. If you're interested in learning more about everything that was discussed today and reading it in your own free time, I would enthusiastically encourage each and every one of you to read the journal. I'll post the link to the journal in the YouTube chat so that whoever wishes to access it can do so when the journal is published. And that's it. I just want to say a massive thank you to the conference team. And now go and set your reminders and save the link to the journal so that you don't miss it.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. So yeah, that pretty much wraps everything on this side of things. There will be a workshop for people to go to. There will be links on the website, and there might be a link in the YouTube chat getting sent around, leading you to that workshop. I hope that everybody learned something from today. I hope that everybody enjoyed their time. Thank you to those of you still watching. Thank you for sticking around and seeing it through. I think it went rather smoothly. That's all I have to say right now. Yeah.